In the month of May, Indiana turns from the Hoosier State to Horsepower Central. The Indy 500 cars are qualifying just down the road from Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. This is one of the biggest collector car events of the entire year, and we're so glad you're along for the ride. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Danielle Trotta. It is so great to have you with us for the next 4 days. Strap in for 24 hours of combined coverage live here on ESPN+. Look at this amazing room around me, and there's a lot more where that came from. 3,000 cars are in attendance here at the fairgrounds. 40 collections, including Corvettes, muscle cars, exotics, you name it, we've got it. Let's send it over to my buddy, Chris Jacobs. Sir, what showstopper have you found?
Oh, Danielle, this weekend is going to be Sensory Overload Saturday. And one of the stars crossing the block is this 2020 McLaren Speedtail. Now, they only made 106 examples of this car in total. This is one of only 3 to feature this 1K titanium-infused carbon fiber weave. Oh, by the way, that's a $560,000 option. In fact, this Speedtail has over $1 million in options, making it the most expensive Speedtail on the planet. You just got to look at that center seat configuration, just like its sibling car, the McLaren F1. This is powered by a 4-liter twin turbocharged V8, making 1,035 horsepower, propelling it to a top speed of 250 miles per hour. This is simply a work of automotive art. I've seen these before, but every time I do see one, I am absolutely blown away by its artistic excellence. Danielle, just one of the many, many, many amazing cars going across the block this week in Indy.
Chris, you're right. And there are so many gems here that we needed to bring in a little extra help to cover it all on the fairground floor. So along for the ride, he's back, our good buddy. You may remember him, Steve Matchett. How can you forget? He's the former Formula One championship-winning race mechanic. Steve Matchett, what showstopper have you found, buddy?
Danielle, thank you for that wonderfully warm introduction. Look, over previous runnings of Mecum auctions, we've seen some spectacular Ford GTs and Ford GT40s. But I have the privilege of standing alongside a highly significant car. This is Sashi GT109. It is a GT competition prototype roadster. You can see it has no roof panels on the car. Now, this very car did participate in the 1965 running of the Le Mans race. Didn't get to the end because of transmission problems, but that's not the story that matters. The story is all the work that the engineers and the drivers put into the design of this car. The turbulence was affecting the inside of the chassis. All of that went back to the factory, and with that work, the GT40 with a fixed roof was really born and set in stone, and the legend began. But it began, Danielle, from this car you're seeing right here. Truly spectacular.
So many great stories to tell here for the next 4 days, Steve Matchett. Thank you. And let's send it over now to the block and get the show underway with our play-by-play announcers. We got Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens, who have been calling the Dana Mecum Original Spring Classic for what, guys, 18 years now?
This indeed is our 18th year here at the Spring Classic. Danielle, thank you very much. I'm Scott with Bill here in the booth just above the red carpet. And you've kind of gotten the bird's eye picture so far of some of the many, many heavy hitters at this auction. But let's kind of drill down and zoom in on today's lineup, Bill. It's going to be kind of an automotive grab bag, if you will. I mean, we've got muscle cars, yes. Corvettes, lots of them today, but we also have cars that are close to 100 years old, pickup trucks, SUVs, you name it, we've got some here today.
Well, with all the talk lately about horse racing, Kentucky Derby, Preakness, and the Belmont, I like to call this the 38th running of the Dana Mecum Original Spring Classic, the granddaddy of them all. And horses are in the gate, and it's post time.
Absolutely. One bird, however, that we need to keep our eyes on is from 1961, and it's kind of got an interesting story. We'll see that today.
Yes, we will. 1961. That was the first year of the Gen 3 Thunderbird. This one with the 390 cubic inch, 300 horse V8, the only engine available in 1961. You might notice the hard tonneau cover a la Sports Roadster. That came in 1962. And you saw the swing away steering wheel the first year for that. When you put the car in park, that steering wheel would slide over about 18 inches. You see the red on red color scheme, the wire wheels, and this car, well, has a date on the Mecum block a little later today, Scott.
All right, Brother Bill, thank you very much. And in keeping with your horse racing theme, wait for it, and we're off. First car out of the gate, 1973 Camaro. Not a bad way to start a 4-day weekend with a Camaro.
Indeed, sir, and we're going to sell it. This is no reserve on this car, 350 small block with an automatic transmission. Nothing too complicated. Sometimes you have to respect the simplicity of some of these muscle cars. This one is power steering and power front disc brakes as well, and that split front bumper. That's the preference of a lot of classic Camaro lovers. And right now we're low to mid-20s, and I'm thinking we're going to get a hammer here any minute now. This is probably a upper 20, low $30,000 automobile.
You mentioned no reserve. Glad you did, too, because there are more than 150 cars in our lineup today that are selling at no reserve, and that's always a good sign.
Yep. No reserve, strictly a very simple term that means there is no low figure for what the consignor is willing to take for the automobile. So whatever the board reads, that's what it sells for.
Here's an 07 Mercedes-Benz, the CLK class, the CLK 350 convertible.
And we see these with regularity, anywhere from 2001 all the way up to 2015, 2018. Kind of like the heart of the collectible Mercedes-Benz market right now. A lot of these cars are basically cars that were just used on the weekend by the previous owners, not everyday cars. This one with a 3.5-liter V6, very popular powertrain with the automatic transmission, and a lot of these cars come loaded with plenty of options. This one has a leather interior with heated seats and the dual-zone climate control, keep you comfy. Big sound, the Harman Kardon Logic 7 surround sound system. So even with the top down going 70 miles an hour, you'll be able to hear your tunes.
And the guy next to you will be able to hear it too.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. No reserve and no problem, and affordable as well. $9 grand for that little CLK 350. Really cool Jeep up next, Bill. Also at no reserve, in 1979 CJ7. This is as good as it gets. What a restoration and presentation here.
Yeah, good starting point. That CJ series, so popular with classic Jeep fans. You got a quick look there at the 304 cubic inch V8 engine. 3-speed manual transmission, the way a lot of the older Jeeps came through. We didn't see a preponderance of automatics until later in the Jeep series. And a couple of creature comforts in there, including the power steering, and some plushiness in the interior has been added. Also has the rear seat as well, and it's been jacked up a little bit with that lift kit.
18 grand is the price tag at the moment. And there you go. 18,000 bucks.
Great wheel choice, huh? Look at the black paint with those chrome wheels. Sweet.
Very nice. Pretty affordable too for 18 grand. 1965 Shelby Cobra replica here.
This is a classic Roadsters Corvette. Don't do that. Cobra replica. I'll be run out of town if this keeps up. Yeah, Classic Roadsters, one of those companies. There was a preponderance of these kit cars back in the 90s when this hobby really, got up and running with people building their own replicas in their garages. 351 is the power plant here, Ford Cleveland, with a 5-speed manual transmission. This one has power brakes that Cobras did not have back in the original days. Believe me, all the power was in your right leg. Got a heater in it and a high-end stereo as well. Classic Roadsters, kind of like one of those mid-pack companies, not one of the more elite companies that had very high-end, very expensive replicas. So a lot of people decided to go this route, save a little money.
So 30,000 next way.
30,000, that's pretty reasonable for a Cobra replica, yes?
Yes, it is. And this is one you can drive.
Right.
It's not overdone.
And we know how you don't like your cars overdone.
we I don't like anything overdone.
Cars, food. Here's a 92 Corvette C4 on the block for us here, Bill. And let's get the story on this one.
Here's the story. That's part of the story right there, Scott. As you probably know, 1992 was the first year that the LT Series V8 came back to the Corvette. Remember, the LT1 was born in 1970, came back in 92 as in this car. And we did see it again in 2014 in the C7 cars, that LT, of course, much upgraded by then. This one with an automatic transmission and that ever-popular removable hardtop. This is a target top, a one-piece, but you'll remember, starting back with the C3 Corvettes, the T-tops became very desirable. A few options in it, the electronic climate control, and the odometer right now reads just over 51,000 miles. A lot of life left in this.
Wow,
Yeah,
sure.
C4 Corvette in the black with the polished wheels. Yep, again, like that Jeep that we just saw. That is such a primo combination.
Well, I tell you what, 7,000, that's pretty well bought, I think.
I think anybody in this building could probably afford to buy that Corvette.
Okay, that will wrap up our first segment from Indianapolis as we launch into 24 hours this weekend. Back with more in a moment.
John Kraman was probably the most remarkable person I had ever worked with in television.
Working with John Kraman was really taking a master class in automotive television. He essentially was the face of the auctions. And when they started broadcasting the auctions, he was the logical choice to be the on-camera analyst. And he did it so brilliantly.
When he got into the booth, it was go time. He had blinders on. It was all about the car that was on the block.
I have never been more excited to begin a Mecum auction since we've been doing this 17 years ago.
They called him the professor for a reason, right? There was nothing that he didn't know.
There just was such a life in him, and that it seemed like the more he was around these cars, the more it fueled him to want to keep being a part of this industry.
Well, I've said it before, Bill. It's a collection that none of us ever expected to have, and none of us really wanted. But the John Kraman collection, the JK collection, will be crossing the block tomorrow. Here at Indianapolis, you see his Corvette, his 2010 Vette, the Mustang, his prized GTO there, and then some of his motorcycles over on the left will have coverage beginning at noon Eastern here on ESPN+.
I'm sitting in his chair. I don't believe I've ever had a greater honor in my television career to know that this was the chair where he was, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him and all I learned from him over the years.
Well said. Well said, partner. That'll be coming up tomorrow, as we mentioned. We expect his family to be here, and in fact, some of them will be on their way a little bit later on this evening to come to Indianapolis. As we continue with the activity on the block, this 2005 Ram SRT10, I'll get it together, $30,000 just gaveled, no reserve.
Okay, are you done kind of cleaning that all up now? Are we there?
Yes.
Good man. Second year for this monster truck. It's got that V10 Viper engine in it, 500 horsepower. This one with the extended cab. You could also get a regular cab as well. This one with an automatic transmission. In fact, if you got this cab design, you could only get an automatic transmission. But these were trick pieces and still very collectible and desirable, and people loved them.
All right, we will move to 1969 Z28 that has arrived to make a splash on the block in that rally green. Love that.
Oh, you gotta. And this is the first 69Z that we've had. I can guarantee you it will not be the last. Selling at no reserve, and it's got all the pieces you would expect. That DZ code 302, 290 horse. It has been restored beautifully. cosmetically and mechanically. 373 posi rear end, and all the documentation you'd want to go along with this. So congratulations to the new owner, as the bidding right now is at $82,000.
I can't see you. I'm at 85. You want 82, Jamie? You want 82? Get you in there. I'm at 82. Hold on. Now 5. 82.
Still going. Full bidder looks like he's out in the upper left-hand corner. Jesse Kopp, our auctioneer, at the moment. We have 2 bidders at least online.
85, 85, 87. Fair warning, guys. I got to go. 7, 90, 90.
Maybe the quintessential Z28 right there.
Don't listen. Don't miss it. I'm
not going to argue with you.
No, and we'll see them come through with the JL8 4-wheel disc brakes or the Cross Ram 4 barrels. But even in this particular equipment package, there's nothing to quibble about.
Well, at $87,000, it sells at no reserve on the internet. Those 2 options you talked about, those take it to another level.
Yeah, 6 figures easily.
Yes. But here, terrific car, $87,000. And that is going to be tied for a top car so far. Today with a long way to go. We're just barely kind of scratching the surface here today in Indy. 1983 Z28.
Yes, let's go 14 years into the future from the 69 into this, and my, how the worm has turned. 305 cubic inches, 175 horsepower in the Crossfire injection V8. That Crossfire injection, that really was the stepping stone from carburation to fuel injection for the Camaros. Has the turbo, automatic, the 4-speed version, and in outstanding condition. These are not pricey cars. This is not going to break anybody's bank, but they are still stylish. And when you think back to the 1980s, especially the early 80s, what you had as a choice for a performance car, it was not unlimited. So these Z28s, and of course later the IROC Zs, really kind of held the performance banner for Chevrolet during those years.
I tell you what, we just saw this one drive by and heard it drive by. Its bark is a little rumble. It's a little deceiving with regard to its bite, because as you mentioned, only $175 in the horsepower category.
Well, it doesn't want to have too much of a bark because it will have to defend itself.
Right.
That could run into a problem.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
Yeah.
Sold 20,000. Sold. Mitch's way.
How about that? 20 grand for that 83 Z28. Well, the 303 staging lane is one hopping place today, and that's where Chris Jacobs has found himself right now. Chris?
You know it, Scott. Well, there's a saying in the collector car world, it's only original once, and this car is a perfect example. 1960 Chevy Corvette Convertible. This is its original ermine white paint, silver coves over a red interior. What a great combination. Underneath the hood, well, there's the 283. This is the fuel-injected version, so you know it's backed up by a 4-speed transmission. 1960, first year of the aluminum radiator and the last year of the chrome headlight bezels. Take a look at this interior too, because there's a couple things spotter's guide wise where you can tell the difference between the 59 and the 60 Corvette, because there are not a lot of ways to tell. But one is that red and blue bar combination over the Corvette script behind the grab bar. Well, that's 1960. 1959 didn't have those. Another way to tell are these seat pleats right there. The way the seats are stitched, these are vertical, so that makes it a 60. In 59, they were horizontal. So if you know your Corvettes, you know what to look for. You can tell the difference between a 59 and a 60. But like I said, this one, mostly original, still in beautiful condition, was in a private collection for over 25 years, but is being let go, going across the block a little bit later today, Scott.
Okay, Chris, thank you very much.
I don't think Chris knows my brother-in-law. He says it's only original twice.
That's true. I wondered if you would pick up on that.
Oh, definitely.
Okay. CJ will be out and about, along with Danielle, too, in the 303 staging lane throughout the weekend. Here's a Z28 1LE from 1992. Check the teal And this car in very much original condition, Bill.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, the odometer reads 1,333 miles. The other thing is this is the 1LE package. This was a road racing equipped Camaro from the factory. Suspension, brakes, things like that. Make it a little bit more raceable, if you will. Great color combination. Teal with a gray bucket seat interior. And the seller has had this car for the last 15 years.
Wow.
Yeah, it has been well preserved and certainly well presented. Great detailing here. And by the way, the 5-liter V8 is backed up by a 5-speed manual transmission.
And that 1LE setup indicates there's no air conditioning, and a lot of the power accessories have been taken away.
Exactly.
To make it more like a race car.
Yeah, it's actually a track car, if you will.
Very cool. Love the teal, too, by the way. If I
great color.
didn't mention that before. All right, you talked about LT1 a little bit earlier in the Corvette, Bill. Here is one from 1972 now at no reserve.
1972 kind of was like the low tide era for the LT1 Corvette. After a couple of years of having 370 horse and then 330 horse, now we're down to 255 horsepower. But you must remember that we started getting horsepower ratings based on the net rather than the gross horsepower, so there really isn't a whole lot less of horsepower. And a 72 LT1 is still the 350 solid lifter engine, 4-barrel carburetor, 4-speed manual transmission. This one does have the posi rear end and rally wheels all the way around. And this one right here doesn't really have to give too much away to the 70 or 71, although image-wise, once again, because of that 255 horsepower rating, it just doesn't have the magic of the previous 2 years. Yeah, 72, we began to see all those horsepower ratings take a big dip, and it can be deceiving, although I will tell you right now, horsepower ratings from Detroit in the 60s and 70s was a shell game. There really wasn't a whole lot of exact accuracy to what the horsepower ratings were. They were, you know, they were playing games, so I don't put much stock in them.
Okay, this one from 72 sells for $30,000. Lo and behold, we have one nearly identical right behind it. Obviously, the color is the biggest difference.
Yeah.
It's another LT1.
LT1 o'clock. Here we go.
Yep.
The 255 horse, 350 cubic inch solid lifter V8. This has the 4-speed wide ratio manual transmission. They had wide ratio, they had close ratio, and it all depended on what you were going to use the car for and what your taste was. This one has air conditioning in it. This was the first year you could get air conditioning in an LT1 Corvette.
Explain the difference for the layman at home, wide ratio versus close ratio transmission.
Yep, it all depends on what your rev range is in between gears. Wide ratio from first to second. The engine revs come down almost to the bottom when you shift into second, so it's not really a good racing transmission.
Right.
Close ratio.
You want to keep the revs up.
Yes, exactly, which is what your close ratio does.
Here we go, $67,000, 70 now.
Wow, heavy money. Odometer reads less than 40,000 miles. And this yellow, this is an acquired taste. Some people aren't crazy about the yellow Corvettes. I had one, and I have no problem with them. Also, this one includes the tank sticker, too. I want to mention that, so important.
Okay. Well, that might be part of the reason why this one brought 40 grand more than the previous LT1 right before it.
Big part of it.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll be back in a moment from Indy. Well, that's just a sampling of some of the nearly 3,000 cars we have here in Indy at the 38th Original Spring Classic. Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic in Indy. And we'll bring you back in here to the Coliseum at the Indiana State Fairgrounds to check out yet another C3 Corvette, Bill. And this one very easy to identify because there is only the chrome bumper on the rear end, 1973.
And you'll notice a little call out on the hood there, on the riser on the hood, 454, a big block Corvette. They only went with a 454 this year, and 74. That was the last time you get a 454 in a Corvette. Horsepower in this, I'd rather not say. 4-speed manual, however, we like to see that.
And factory air, too.
And factory air. And just about, I'm not going to say all the Corvettes, but a lot of the Corvettes in the late C3 generation were air-conditioned cars. This one, NCRS Second Flight Award, not quite top flight, which means there are some things about it that are not completely original that give it top flight status, but still excellent condition and wonderfully presented. Looks terrific.
Sure does, and it brought, I think, 40,000. By the way, for the record, it was 275 on the horsepower. I
know.
Just for those who wanted to know.
I know, but don't get me going here.
How about this for a 57 Nomad that looks bone stock inside and out, Bill?
Yes, and it's the Power Pack V8, 283 with a 4-barrel, dual exhaust. It's got a Moroso air cleaner just for looks and fin valve covers. 700 R4 automatic. No, couldn't get that in a 57 Chevy, so that's definitely an upgrade. And power steering and brakes as well. Looks stock, sort of is, but not completely.
That's cool. Good formula.
Yep.
And it paid off. 53 grand is all that it took to buy that Nomad. We will see a lot of these pickup trucks, pickups and SUVs all over the place, not just today, but throughout the run here in Indy. This is a 51 Chevy 3100.
All right, this has a 454. Do you want to spoil it and tell me how much horsepower in this, or?
I'll let you go ahead. And
I'm not even going to go there. Actually, they're not telling us what this has for horsepower. It's very, very well detailed underneath there. But my guess is it might be, LS5 or something.
Yeah, I was going to say 365, maybe
somewhere
like
in
that.
there. Yep, could be. 3-speed automatic transmission. That could be a turbo 400. Red on the outside, red and gray on the inside. And a little history here. 1951 was the last year for the 80-mile-per-hour speedometer. Okay. And we see, as you mentioned, Scott, yes, we are going to see a bunch of pickup trucks either restored to original or customized like this one.
Right behind the pickup truck, 1971 Pontiac Firebird.
Not stock at all.
Nope.
No, this has got a heavy-duty 6-liter, 450 horse LS2.
Look at that.
Yeah, an aluminum engine. Look at the detailing. Look at that underneath. Yeah, that is immaculate. And lots of goodies inside that motor. Texas Speed camshaft in there. A lot of other work done on the cylinder heads. Curry 9-inch, 373 gears out back to take all that power. Transmission, by the way, has a Hurst dual-gate shifter on a 4L65E automatic. That's the electronic overdrive transmission. And 4-wheel discs, all from the folks at CPP and Willwood. All done perfectly. Great customization on that 71 Firebird.
All right, rolling into place next, a car that, an SUV that would have come in handy for a lot of folks earlier today. We had some seriously heavy rain much earlier this morning. This would have gotten you through any mud puddles that you encountered.
Yeah, it even has the intake snorkel there on the side.
That's what I'm talking about.
So
yes.
yeah, this is a submersible Land Rover. 3.9-liter inline 4-cylinder engine, gasoline, by the way. Allison automatic transmission with a B&M Hammer shifter. A lot of other things on this truck have been upgraded. It's got a winch on it, LED headlights, brand new suspension pieces, including Fox shocks. We see those rather frequently now from the Fox people when people are upgrading their suspensions. Upgraded brakes as well, but gonna be short, Scott.
70 grand. It's gonna take more than that. Maybe another 10, 15. ish, maybe more than that. Maybe it might need to be 100 or more. Who knows?
Yeah.
Okay, 97 F250 XLT. That's what we're looking at.
Diesel power. So this is a weightlifter, 7.3 liter diesel, automatic with overdrive and four-wheel drive. Power steering and brakes as well. Let's take a look at that turbo diesel engine underneath there with plenty of low-end torque for getting to work. Inside, a 40-20-40 split bench seat. That's the extended cab, by the way, you'll notice. And out back, a spring-on bed liner. Kind of cut down on the damage to the interior of the bed. Odometer reads over 58,000 miles. And these diesels will go forever, as you probably know. So durable, so strong, and reliable. Take you anywhere you want to go.
Terrific restoration, either that or this truck's never worked a day in its life.
Yeah, I know. That's how good it is.
Close the bid at $36,000. Close the bid.
All right, 36 grand. One of the cars, one of the trucks that is selling with a reserve. It did not meet the reserve, and so it will go to the bid goes on, gentlemen. And we check in again with Chris Jacobs.
Yeah, Scott, well, you know, I'm here in the State Farm booth. My camera guy's name is Jake, so I guess it's Jake from State Farm. I don't know. Long way to get there. Anyway, check out this 56 Chevy 210 custom sedan, and woo, what a gorgeous car. It's known as Deja Blue, and it's powered by an LS3 under the hood there. You see that 8-stack EFI system backed up by a Tremec 5-speed transmission, so quite the powertrain on this bad boy. Budnick wheels in front of Willwood brakes all the way around. And get a load of this interior. This is really one of the great features of the car. Not just that beautiful deep red kind of Merlot color, but the custom quality of all that leather. You see the Budnick steering wheel there as well. And that custom interior continues here into the trunk area. Check that out. How good is that? It's also riding on an Art Morrison chassis, so top to bottom, this car has been completely redone and well done. State Farm always has great cars in their booth. This one, no exception. And I believe this one is going to be crossing the block, yep, tomorrow on Thursday. Scott?
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Everybody at home with me on this one, will you? Oh, I can smell that leather all the way over here in the next building. That is fantastic.
No, that's me.
Oh, is it?
I'm wearing English leather cologne today.
Dear. Oh, man, sometimes I set myself up. And
well, after 16 years, I would think you'd know better.
I know. All right, no doubt we'll be seeing that car when it crosses the block. CJ has a good eye for the good stuff. Here's one from 2009, a Z06, Bill.
Oh, this was a monster back in 2009. The 505 horsepower 7-liter LS7 with a 6-speed manual transmission, the ideal powertrain. That color, atomic orange metallic. One of only 191 produced that year in that color. Inside, you may have seen that, the black linen leather interior with heated seats and the 3LZ preferred equipment group. It's loaded all the way through. Everything you could ask, almost every option checked off. Very expensive car back in 2009. This was a totally high-end Corvette. Remember, 2009, this was the standard bearer for high-performance Corvettes, as we did not see a ZR1 in 2009, so the Z06, this was the big guy.
And very carefully driven over only 4,300 miles. So lots of life to go, and somebody is going to have a blast in that low mileage 09 Z06.
I'll just correct myself. A 2009 mid-year edition was the ZR1, but prior to that, this was the one that had all the power.
Okay, Ford pickup time once again. Here is an F100 from 1970.
$390 for the power, an FE 390 V8 with a Holley, 4-barrel carb, and a C6 automatic transmission and 4-wheel drive. That's the hardware. Inside, nicely done interior with that big vinyl bench seat, and everything looking pretty original inside there. Back underneath, a 9-inch 355 rear end with power brakes, front discs. Excellent ride in that long bed.
At $40,000 bid. 42, 43, 43, 42. You better get 3 bid. You better get 3. You better get 2. And now 3. Anybody else? $43,000.
Jimmy Landis looking around the room. Anybody else, he says? And yeah, somebody jumped in and enough to pull that reserve.
Wow, look at that oak bed in the back, the rub strips. Very nice.
47, 48 again, 9.
Oh, it's heating up.
50 bid, you better get 2. I have 50 bid, 52, 50 bid. Anybody get 51? So, $50,000.
Got it, Bob, man. Thank you very much.
Next on the Terry Ryder collection is lot country 112, 1967.
All right, nice handshake there. Those gentlemen are very pleased. 50 grand for the pickup truck. We are back. It's Indy. The greatest spectacle in racing down the road at the Indy 500. The greatest spectacle in muscle and collector cars right here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Steve Matchett with us as well. And this 1978 Trans Am.
And it's wearing the Bandit colors. 1978 was a year after. The Trans Am kind of became associated with the whole Bandit movement. Remember the 78, 79 Trans Ams started selling like hotcakes.
Oh, yeah.
From that movie, and the rest is history. 6.6 liter V8. This was in its decline as well. Last year was 1979 that engine was available. Automatic transmission, power steering and brakes, and T-tops with factory air.
45,000, and it was Smokey the Bandit, in case somebody's been living under a rock since the late 70s.
I guess we should mention that, right?
Well, speaking of movies and cars associated with a movie, isn't this the Thunderbird from Thelma and Louise, 1966?
1966, not the same color, but the same car, 390 V8, yep, automatic. Power steering, power brakes, and these cars just spelled a great combination of performance and luxury. Sumptuous black interior there with a big center console with the instrument there in the stack. This has got a brand new convertible top sitting on it, by the way, and that interior also recently restitched, but it's going to come up short.
Yeah, 14 is going to be the high bid, so it will meander over to bid goes on, and I love this next vehicle, Bill. Check out the bling on this 48 Chevy 3100 inside the engine room, but also even the running boards are totally chromed.
Let me just say, if you're doing a build and you want to do a lot of chrome, prepare to write some big checks. It is not cheap to do chrome these days. If you can find a good chrome shop, because there aren't as many as there used to be, but look at all of the beautiful handiwork that went into this 48 Chevy 3100. That was a small block in it, as you might have guessed, 350 with a 700 R4 automatic transmission and a 12-bolt rear end. They put a Mustang 2 front suspension on this, which is done fairly frequently, but the overall effect of the truck speaks for itself. Yeah. That is fire,
isn't it?
You got it.
55 grand for that pickup truck.
Yeah, look at that 2-inch chop on the top there.
Yep, very well done all the way around.
Sweet.
Okay, here is a 59 T-Bird convertible.
Yeah, the parade of Thunderbirds continues with a 1959. Haven't seen one of these yet. Again, 1959, that was the second generation of the Thunderbird. You remember back in 1958, they went to the 4-place car after the Baby Birds. This one with the 352. That's the early FE Ford V8 with an automatic. Power steering and brakes, as just about all of them had, even if they weren't standard. Most people would option these cars with some of these creature comforts, but the Thunderbird came with a lot of standard features that other cars had as options. Power windows, Saw the interior with the bucket seats, and there you see those real wire wheels riding with the wide white wall tires.
Okay, the high bid here, $22,000. All right, so that'll head to bid goes on as well. And take a look at the next one. 1939 LaSalle Series 50 sedan, late in the run of the kind of the junior Cadillac, if you will. Matter of fact, I think LaSalle went under the next year, 1940, didn't they?
Yeah, and you know, it's too bad because the man behind the LaSalle was Harley Earl.
Right.
He came to General Motors in 1927. By 1939, his fingerprints were all over almost everything that General Motors was doing, and this was one of the cars that he had styled. 332 cubic inch V8 with a 3-speed manual transmission on the column. Underneath, some rather sophisticated running gear, independent front suspension with coil springs, semi-floating rear axle, hydraulic drum brakes. Even in the late 1930s, not every car from Detroit had those hydraulic brake systems in them. You see the black on the outside. So much originality there. And the LaSalle, well, that was kind of like, you know, if you couldn't afford the big caddy, you went with a LaSalle. Yeah. But you didn't really give up a lot in the way of elegance or curb appeal.
So automotive history-wise, would that have been Bill Durant who brought Harley Earl in to design the LaSalle, and then it was just for that one-off job, and then Harley Earl was with GM for the rest of his career, correct?
Billy Durant brought him to GM in 27, you're right. And Harley Earl, prior to that, was building custom cars for celebrities in Hollywood, out at a big Hollywood automobile dealership. So he had the styling chops when he got to General Motors, and it showed.
Yeah, they found him on a recruiting trip, and they said, hey, kid, we like your style. Come in and style this LaSalle for us, and the rest is, like I said, automotive history.
Just a young man with a tremendous amount of talent.
For you TV sitcom buffs, the LaSalle immortalized, if it wasn't already, by the theme song from All in the Family.
Yes, right.
Remember that?
Yep.
No. 19's on the internet. 20. 19 bid, you're going to get 20. At $20,000 bid, you're going to get 1920.
All right, Jimmy's got the hammer in hand, and there it is, $19,000 for that 39 LaSalle Series 50.
Convertible in gold.
All right, the big gold box on the auction block next is 1966 Continental Convertible.
This may be the high water mark for the Lincoln Continental. It was during this generation that the Lincoln Continental really established itself as a styling vanguard. This has the 462 cubic inch V8, which was a brief run. The 460 was an engine that was manufactured for a much longer time than this one. Automatic, as they all had. The factory color exterior still has some original paint on it. Two-tone leather interior, and just about everything on the car is power assisted. Elegance in motion.
31, 31, 32, 32, 32, 31.
Such a departure from the previous generation of the Lincoln Continental. You remember the 1950s versions, you know, were almost street legal Batmobiles, and prior to this generation, the whole styling thing and styling language of the Lincoln Continental changed dramatically once again.
You mentioned styling. You get a look at the kind of the driver's console there. It's laid out like a you know, almost like a 60s hi-fi stereo system with all the buttons presented to the driver. It's really very cool.
They want you to feel like you're in your living room.
Yep, exactly. Well, those seats, you feel like you are for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one of the few American cars that could comfortably seat 12.
Right. All right. That's going to wrap up this block. Lots and lots of terrific cars still to come. Here's a good one for you. Coming up tomorrow, a 62 Impala Super Sport hardtop. It's got a crate small block V8 under the hood, making just a little under 300 horsepower. But it has been subjected to a complete and total frame-off restoration. And that car will be crossing the block tomorrow as part of our coverage here from Indy, and we'll kick it off just like today at noon Eastern time from the Indiana State Fairgrounds. How about this 65 GTO convertible? Triple black, Bill?
Oh, boy. What a car. 65, the GTO, second year for the GTO. This one with a tri-power in it and a 4-speed transmission. As you mentioned, the triple black, the rally wheels, and red line tires. Oh, that is scrumptious.
49.
Gonna sell, reserves off.
Smart bid would be 50. Go ahead and laugh. It ain't funny, lady. 49, 50.
Tell you a little secret, too.
Okay.
Satellite radio receiver in the glove box.
Oh, really?
Now 51.
Like that.
That's pretty cool.
50 bid, 51. 50's bid, you're going to get 51.
Didn't realize they had satellite radio in 1965.
51, you're gonna
Don't insult me.
51. Yes or no?
You know, those little creature crumpers are so great, and especially when they're hidden
Yes,
like that. So when
yes.
you're looking in the interior of the car, it looks completely stock. You pop open the glove box.
Surprise.
There's your technology.
Yep.
I actually have satellite radio in my car, but there's something wrong with it.
Oh,
Every time I go into a tunnel, I can't get anything.
it might be AM satellite radio.
Yeah, oh, maybe that's it, yeah.
52, 53. Now, don't believe what you heard earlier.
Your subscription's up to date, right?
I'm going to renew it online.
$53,000. Right
do
now,
that
I don't
right
care
now.
which
Hang
one
on.
of you gets it. 52, 53.
Good money.
Yes or no? So $52,000.
All
So
right, there you go.
$52,000.
52 grand for that gorge.
Yeah.
65 GTO, man.
Oh, my. We'll look at that all day.
97 F350 now up on the block from Ford.
Well, this is a real bone crusher right here. 7.3-liter Power Stroke diesel. This engine, by the way, was rebuilt by Terry Cummings Racing Engines. So there may be a few little speed equipment goodies underneath there. Four-wheel drive, of course, jacked up. Dana 60 front, Dana 80 rear axles. Plenty of ruggedness there as well. And a lot of parts you're looking at are new or rebuilt. Nothing overlooked, everything done right. Excellent truck.
That's a custom two-tone paint job as well.
That too, with a little mini pinstripe job around the belt line.
And I'm thinking that's got to be a throwback color just to give you that
Yeah.
70s vibe.
A shade or two lighter than grabber blue.
Right. I like it.
Yeah.
Hey, Bill, when's the last time we've had two Camaro 1LEs in the same event, not let alone the same day? Here's one, an IROC Z from '89 with that 1LE package.
You're right. We don't get many of these. They didn't build a whole lot of them in the first place. This one from 1989, and again, to repeat what we said earlier, it's a car that you could buy, and it already had a lot of the work done to it that would make it racetrack ready, particularly for road racing. 305 Cube V8 with 230 horsepower. They had 5-speed manual transmissions, and this is one of approximately 100 that were built for 1989. So like I say, that's why we don't see many of them. There aren't a million out there. Four-wheel discs, and they use the Corvette front calipers on this for extra stopping power.
I'll let the bid goes on know. I'll tell them 55. That way if they get people.
All right, the high bid here, $43,000. Might take another 10 grand or so, as you heard them discussing, I believe. And so we move to a 2010 Challenger, an SRT8. Brother Chris Jacobs, how about the lowdown on this one?
Yeah, well, 2010, the third year of the return of the Challenger nameplate, and it's Dodge figuring it out slowly but surely year by year. This one's sporting the 6.1-liter Hemi engine, making I think about 4.25 horsepower, but when you consider the curb weight of this car is about 4,100 pounds, it's not a whole lot of power to weight ratio. So again, Dodge still figuring out the suspension on these cars, trying to, get the power and the weight in line, but certainly they were headed in the right direction. And it's really amazing, just like the first generation of Challengers in 70 and 71, the design is so kind of instantly timeless, they really didn't change it until the end of the program in 2023.
Right.
A few years earlier, they debuted that drivetrain of the Grand Cherokee, the SRT8. I had one, and I got to tell you, that thing left so hard. When you punch that throttle, that would get up, and that was a heavy truck, but I'll tell you, it didn't feel heavy when you mashed that throttle.
It's hard to believe that, we thought that 4 1/4 horse was something really big and special back then.
Little did we know.
Cut to 15 years later, and that's just like kind of,
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, right.
Nowadays, anyway.
I mean, they got Lexus SUVs that have 400 horsepower.
All right, let's move to a 61 Catalina bubble top now.
Yeah, these, again, have a very loyal following, the bubble top Pontiacs. 1961 was a year when Pontiac was really getting serious about high performance. Of course, the Super Duty cars were tearing it up on the drag strips. This is not a Super Duty car, but it could be with a 389 that's been bored and stroked to 466 cubic inches. New Edelbrock carburetor sitting up top, a lot of work underneath the engine. Edelbrock aluminum heads, intake cam, 10 1/4 to 1 compression in this. It's a race car. This is a car, you're looking at maybe a 12-second quarter-mile car, and I'd tell you, 22,000, not enough.
If JK were sitting here, I would have had to tighten his ankle and wrist restraints. He would have been all over this car, yes?
All the way.
All day long,
Mr. Pontiac.
Yep.
You get a look at that rear pillar there, too, the way that tapers down. Real easy way to identify that bubble top. What an interesting color combination, too, that white over that kind of aquamarine. Really cool.
All right, 1934 Ford up next. This little cabriolet headed our way, and the opening bid, 37,000 now.
Yeah, 34 Ford is popular with the Ford contingent, especially when the top goes down like this cabriolet. It's got a flathead, the 221 cube, 90 horsepower flathead V8 with a 3-speed manual transmission, as you might expect. Yep. And look at that, even 39,000, Scott, not enough to buy this car.
Wowzers.
That market's still pretty hot.
All right, rolling up right behind the Ford is a first year 1967 Camaro RS, and look at what they have done under the hood.
Woo! Yep, chrome, polishing, powder coating everywhere. Let's sneak in here. Oh, yeah. A lot of money went into that engine build. That, by the way, is a 454 that's been bored and stroked to 502 cubic inches. So basically somebody didn't want to go the 502 crate motor. They said, nah, I'll do it myself.
Right.
Hydromatic 3-speed. That's probably a turbo 400 is my guess. Burgundy interior, offsetting that beautiful paint job on the outside. And riding on Krager SS mags and raised white letter tires.
You saw the tack on the dash. You saw that basket handle shifter.
As expected.
We both heard and felt the rumble as the 67 rolled up, and that's thanks to those kind of mid-side pipe exhaust system that's on this car. As it rolled by, you can kind of see it. It's tucked so far in there, you can't really see it till you almost get the side view of the car, but that's exactly what's happening down underneath there.
Yeah, let's take a look. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Right, that's easy to miss if you're not paying attention. Thank you there,
Might
CJ.
not see it, but you'll feel it. Quite the powertrain upgrade from what was one of the original engine options in the 67 Camaro, just that straight 6.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, are you a do-it-yourself 502 guy or are you a crate 502 guy, Bill?
I have my brother-in-law do it.
So you kind of just wimp out on that whole
a man's got to know his limitations.
All right, right behind the first-year Camaro, 74 Charger now, Chris.
Well, Scott, 1974 makes all performance-oriented muscle car fanatics cringe a little bit because it was certainly well within the era of demise of performance. You're getting a look at the 318 right there. Pretty gutted, no doubt. But what's great about this particular Charger is the originality. This is the original paint on this car. It's the original vinyl top. It's showing just a little bit of wear around the moldings, but all the moldings are in very good shape. And that's really a 74. It's more about the style. It's no longer about the performance. You're not trying to impress anybody from stoplight to stoplight, but you roll up in a car show or certainly just driving around town in this bad boy, you're going to get a lot of attention.
Oh, and that is a cruise night queen for sure. But you know what's interesting, Chris? In 1974, we really thought muscle cars from Detroit were over for good. The future looked so bleak. And now, if you had told me back in 1974 I could get a 1,025 horsepower all-electric Dodge Daytona, right? I'd say, yeah. Are you from the planet Mork or what? What is that?
I believe it was Ork.
Mork from Ork.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're really busting out all the TV references of old today.
I've never been fact-checked on that before.
Oh, dear. $15,000 the high bid on that Charger. Well, that's a look at the main entrance to the Mecum Auction Center of the Universe here this week. A brand new fall, that's about a year and a half old now. Brand new Fall Creek Pavilion. Terrific exhibit in there as folks get their first exposure to these cars as they enter the grounds. 1982 Chevy Blazer here, built $30,000 bid.
Oh boy,
they've done some work here, but pretty subtly, I think.
Yes, conservative.
Yes,
but yet everything done certainly has been done well, and we see more and more and more of these classic Blazers getting this kind of makeover. $350 for power and a comprehensive restoration everywhere you look, and it sells.
Yep, 28 grand. Meantime, right behind it is a 74 GMC custom pickup truck.
Nothing surprising here. Almost formulaic in the way that these trucks are customized. You know, usually a crate motor of some kind. This one a fuel-injected 5.3 with a Holly Sniper electronic fuel injection. And the valve covers in all of the engine bay getting some refreshing upgrades. 4L60E automatic transmission. Inside, as you just got a good look at that, beautifully prepared. And a lot of man hours into this. This is custom,
big time.
You know, when you take a look at these bills, you're well into six figures after these trucks are finished. And, you know, nothing is done haphazardly. The craftsmanship on these custom pickup trucks, always impressive.
High bid at 37. It has air as well. Slam Specialties airbags.
Yep. Yeah, you can tell usually, Scott, because the bed in the pickup there is elevated.
It is.
That makes room for that airbag suspension underneath.
Right on. Here's a 1950 3100.
Well, let's see. How would we describe the paint on this? Let's call that the Foster Brooks paint application there. I don't know what they were going for, but it's different, and it's been clear coated, so it's not like it's a big mistake and they don't know what to do. That's the way they wanted it.
That's on purpose.
That's it. Yep, it's a 50 Chevy 3100, by the way. Big motor, 6-liter LS2 with a Whipple supercharger and a 4L80 automatic transmission. Yeah. Yeah,
that'll get you from point A to point B nicely.
This will get up and go. That thing will go so fast when it gets to a top speed, all the paint comes together.
Right.
What a wild job that is. But, yeah, we're not going to sell it this time.
Okay, 33 is going to be the high bid. Right behind it, an 07 Corvette Convertible.
Here we go, a C6 Corvette from 2007. The 6-liter V8 LS2, 400 horse, 6-speed manual transmission. It's got an optional package that's described as the LT3 package with some extras. Head-up display and heated seats, 6 CD player, and an AM/FM radio. Optional power convertible top.
I think in 07 they called it the 3LT, the 1, 2, and 3 LT rather than the LT3 as the option.
Am I going dyslexic now? Oh my.
It's okay. It's all good. But you're right about what it signifies. It's just an up-level trim setup.
Okay. Dyslexia is a thing terrible. Whatever.
George, you want to get 24?
No reserve. We're going to get a new owner of this Corvette.
Love that Mecum yellow. It's actually Velocity yellow, but boy, that does work.
Aha. Millennium yellow.
23 pounds a dollar. So
in 07?
Yeah. John Kelfer.
See, you got me on the trim package. I got you on the color.
I'm going with Velocity yellow according to the black book.
Yeah, but that black book is not infallible.
It's true. That is true. It's a good car. Hey, speaking of good Corvettes, I want to make sure we get to the next one.
Ooh.
Because it is a heavy hitter. 2011 Grand Sport, but with Callaway pixie dust blowing all over it.
Yep. The magic wand from the folks at Callaway have given this 6.2-liter supercharged V8 606 horsepower. Hey, you know what? If you're going to have a Corvette with a Grand Sport model name, you would hope that it has ultra-high performance like this one. Automatic transmission to back up that 6.2. Colors Arctic white, ebony and titanium interior colors. Plenty of options. Power windows and locks, heated outside mirrors, auto-dimming driver's side mirror. So a lot of those options checked off when this car was originally ordered 14 years ago.
41, 42. Last call. 42.
Selling again at no reserve. I mentioned it earlier, more than 150 vehicles are in that no reserve category today in this 2011 Grand Sport. Man, that's going to be a handful for somebody if they're not paying attention.
Oh, yeah.
Sells for 41, I think the number was.
Don't be texting when you're driving that
car.
Oh,
no. No. All right, a significant Corvette there and a very important motorcycle here. 1936, the first year of production of the legendary Harley-Davidson EL Knucklehead. There you see it. The valve covers, the engine covers there resemble your closed fist. The knuckles, that's why they call it the Knucklehead. And $39,000, we expect serious bidding in well in excess of this number here.
41, 42, 43, 43, 43,
61 cubic inch V-twin, 4-speed manual transmission.
43 to you, Larry. Reserve still not off. Let's see if 43 gets it off.
$43,000 off. 43. 43 to bear down 3, down 3, down 3. 43,000.
I need an answer, yes or no. 43.
$43,000 knucklehead. 43,000 out of bed. Now 41 to bed. 43,000.
We were 41.
42. 43. Anybody else?
Yeah, we were 41.
43,000 out of bed. Negative 43, down 42 pound down 3, down 43,000 out of.
They are working on it.
Yeah. No, we were 41. Yeah, we were 41. Yes. They made a mistake. Yeah, it doesn't. We're too far. We're too far away here, but that's the. Yeah. Oh, he knows it. It's gonna.
41, 42.
Yeah.
41.
It's gonna you're still the high bidder, but I think it's going to take closer to 50 here.
41 pounds down, 42 pound down, 41 pound down, 42 pound down.
Right.
40.
Hang on. Hold on with me.
So give him a check for 40.
Hold on. You're still holding at 41.
42 pounds down 1, down 2. 42 pounds out of bed.
They'll give 41.5 to help.
I will give you a check for $40,000.
Well, they're in that
41.5.
Check for $40,000.
40 neighborhood here.
40,500, that's the same thing.
You're still holding at 41.5. I think it helped. Good news, reserve's off, Larry. You're the bid at 40.
Well, the reserve comes off.
Come on,
And
sell it after all that work we did.
I think that's under the money here, Bill. 41.5.
You got it, sir.
But
You got
whatever the case, it sells. And that EL Knucklehead from the first year of production, 1936. What a legendary motorcycle from Harley-Davidson. Sells for $41,500.
Yeah, I think everybody expected the money to go a little higher than that, huh?
Yeah, I sure did. Yeah, absolutely. All right, here is 2008 Jeep Wrangler. This is their top shelf Rubicon, but it has been extensively modified almost everywhere you look.
That's an understatement. Look at that, huh? Yeah, that unlimited four-door body style, such a big hit when Jeep unveiled that. Such a departure from all the Jeep Wranglers we had seen before. This Ruby has that indestructible 3.8-liter V6 with an automatic transmission and lots of off-road hardware. Beadlock wheels, keep those tires tightly wrapped around those, looks like red anodized wheels all the way around.
They may have spacers in there too to
broaden
that
the, yeah,
get
the
that
track.
stance
Yeah,
a little more offset.
Right.
And it sells for $9,000.
That's another mega buy, I think.
Right.
2 in a row.
Hey, but if that's what you're looking for, maybe to take, drop the tire pressure down and go rock climbing, there's your car right there.
Yep.
All right, next up on the block, another machine on two wheels, 1990 BMW K1. Inline four-cylinder, 1,000 cc's, 5-speed transmission, liquid-cooled, by the way, inline 4, and it sells at no reserve for just $2,000. If you can handle the visual on that bike, you may be interested. It's a good-looking bike, though, and BMW is no slouch.
I consider myself one of the luckiest men in America, standing next to Steve Matchett and a couple of fabulous Ford GTs. First, this 2021. A few things about this car that make it very special. First of all, it's a one owner with 56 miles on it. Secondly, this paint livery, this commemorates the original Ford GT prototype GT105, and the serial number matches the serial number on that original GT105 prototype. It has that unbelievably powerful V6 engine with the twin turbos at 3.5 liters and 647 horsepower, and the 7-speed automatic with paddle shifters. But Steve, I see that look in your eye. There's something going through your head, isn't it?
There's one thing I know about automotive engineers, Bill, is they can never leave a design alone. And this is what they came up with, the Mark II car. There is a lot more downforce treatment on the front. Look at the apron there and the flicks around the front fender. Louvered fenders to get rid of the air and allow it to stick to the track. Not only that, the guys and gals find another 50 horsepower from the engine, but you can't just have horsepower without the downforce. And look at the size of the rear wing that they managed to fit onto the rear landscape of this car. So more power, better brakes, more downforce.
And another family connection, this car influenced the 2022 Heritage Edition, which was the same year that this car was manufactured. Yes. So now, the Ford GT competed at Le Mans in 2016 and won the LMGTE class, but after that, they never scored another victory there. I think we need to take these cars back and have a mulligan.
Up for it.
Oh, yeah, and there you're getting a look at them live. The Apex Collection cars always stop traffic here at Mecum Auctions, especially in Indianapolis at this particular auction. Such cool cars, and again, the Apex Collection always featuring amazing cars, but the one that caught my eye is way over down yonder. This is a 1974 BMW 2002 Turbo. And what makes this car special, it has the distinct history of being the first road-going European passenger car to have a turbo. That's right. It beat out the Porsche 930 by just a couple years and maybe inspired Porsche to put out the 930, its own turbo. This is beautifully restored, nut and bolt, powered by an inline 4 turbocharged, of course, 2-liter engine backed up by a 5-speed manual transmission. And this is one of 2 colors that were available on this car. This is Chamonix white, and it's got those red and blue turbo graphics. So stunning, very cool. And my favorite touch, as you're getting a look at those 13-inch Alpina wheels, is this right in front on the front spoiler, Turbo 2002, but it's backwards. So when the people in front of you are prompted to get out of the way by seeing that in their mirror. How cool. This one's going across the block on Friday. Steve Matchett, what do you got?
Well, thank you, Chris. Now, I'm going to take you back in time a little bit to 1961 and what was happening on the other side of the Atlantic from the United States in the post-war years. Yeah, we're 15 years after the end of the Second World War, but England is still recovering from the shortage of materials, and the way we got around that was to make things smaller and lighter and as light as possible. This is the 1961 Sunbeam Alpine Roadster. If you've ever wondered what 40 DCOE carburetors look like, here are a pair of them right here. Side draft carburetors, 40 mil chokes, 1 choke per cylinder. Small engine and a small engine bay. But guys, if we go over here, you can still get the opportunity to see what happens when engineers start to play. Even though there's so very little room in the engine bay, 1965, a Tiger Series 1, the designers managed to fit a 289 V8 American Ford V8 in there. Not only that, they managed to find room for a Paxton supercharger, and to cap it all off, they still managed to put a brake booster on it by shifting the booster on the opposite side of the car to where the pedals are. Unbelievable use of the best space available. 2 fantastic cars. What do you think about that, Scott?
Oh, I love those, Steve Matchett. Thank you very much. And what a side-by-side comparison. And that 61 is about as early as we've seen in that particular car. They're both selling at no reserve. Cannot wait for them to be on the block.
Yeah, the Roots family owned the Sunbeam Company, and that car that you saw to the left, the green car, that was their... that was their bread and butter. That was the car that was keeping them in business. And then they saw what Carroll Shelby did with the Cobra and how much success that Carroll Shelby had with that, and especially on the racetrack. And they jumped in. The early cars had 260 cubic inch V8s. This one a 289 with the Paxton, which was available on the GT350 Mustang. So,
yes,
there's a whole lot of DNA being exchanged here between the original Alpine and the Tiger.
No doubt about that. And they will both be crossing the block tomorrow here in Indianapolis at Dana Mecum's 38th original Spring Classic. On the block right now is a 99 CL600 for us, Brother Bill.
This has had Rentech updates, RENNTECH. Mercedes owners that love performance know who they are. With a $60,000 conversion going into this on the 7.4 liter, 600 horsepower V12 engine. Wow. This is a missile. No reserve, too. Somebody's going to buy this car, and I'll just run down a couple of other things here. It's got Rentech instrumentation on the inside. Underneath the car, the brakes and the suspension, they've been upgraded as well to handle all that power. Plus, you've got all the plushness you'd expect, and a Mercedes-Benz inside with a full leather interior. And there you go.
Look at that.
Yeah.
67K is well above what you would normally see for a CL600 without those mods.
And you make a good point, because the mods were $60,000 by themselves. So now you've got the car and those modifications for just about what the modifications cost.
All right, next on our block, Y2K XKR from Jaguar.
Well, you know me, I'm a big fan of these XK8 Jaguars. This is an XKR. That means it has the supercharged 4-liter. 32 valve double overhead cam V8 with an automatic transmission. I've got a 2001. It's not a supercharged car. It's my second XK8, and for smoothness, and just an elegant feel to the car. It handles. It's not a hot rod. You know, it's about 290 horsepower, but it just does everything so elegantly and comfortably. And that style, that car will always be a head turner. This one has four-wheel anti-lock brakes. As time went on, these XK8-based Jaguars had more and more in the way of options, creature comforts, and engineering improvements, and this is a good example of that.
Automobiles are like mood rings for you, right? Because if you're in an elegant go out to dinner mood, you might take the Jag. But if you're in a rip your face off mood, you're going to get in something completely different, right?
Exactly. And then if I'm in my lazy mood, I get an Uber.
That's an option.
Yeah.
Very true. Here is a 96 Dodge Ram 1500 Laramie SLT.
All original through and through. That ever-present 5.9 liter V8 that we see spread across so many Chrysler products. This is the extended cabin short bed version with four-wheel drive. The SLT package has some extras in there with power steering and brakes and AC and an AM/FM stereo with cassette. Tilt steering column as well, so you can be comfortable while you're driving your big Dodge pickup truck that doesn't look like it's had a whole lot of work duty in its life.
Look at that price tag, 10 grand for that.
Oh, what a steal.
Here's another little Jeep, 1981 CJ8 Scrambler.
Yeah, this is our second of these little Jeep CJs. The earlier one that we saw had a V8. This one has an inline four-cylinder engine with a four-speed. And once again, a couple of power options, steering and brakes, AM radio. We'll take a look at the inside. Original. Nothing fancy, nothing wild. Either well preserved or well restored.
I think that's got a lot of originality. I'm seeing some paint imperfections here and there.
Yeah.
That would either that or an older restoration. Those bed rails are really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, hard to tell. I mean, the bottom line is that that truck is ready for its next owner and doesn't have to do anything to it.
Right. The bright work is very, very nice.
Very nice. Yeah.
Good wheel and tire choice.
Yep.
Matt Morvac, our auctioneer, has the bid at $23,000.
If I own that Jeep, I'd be going down to the dunes on Cape Cod.
Oh, yeah.
Let a little air out of the tires. They make you bring a jack and a little piece of plywood in case you get bogged down. But that would make the ideal little beach buggy for a picnic next to the ocean.
I don't think so. I put you guys in for 23.
I'm with the guy. I'm with the bidder on the stairs at 23. $24,000. If he's there, I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a 4. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a bit of a bit of it is. I'd get a bit of a 24. The guy with his hand in his hand, 23. That's what's on down 4. Sold 23. Sold 23,000. Next one.
All right.
Now I'll bring W143.
That's not bad at all. 23K for that little beach runner.
No, you did not overpay, new owner. Good for you.
You ever think what a Mustang would look like in a Mopar Sublime?
Yeah.
Here it is.
There it is.
Not exactly. They call this bright lime, and only 210 were painted this color in the Mustang in 1972. What's under the hood?
Under the hood is a 351 now, one of 210. Were finished in this bright line paint in 1972. Of course, this generation of the Mustang was winding down. 72 and 73 was it. And in 1974, the late and not very lamented Mustang II made its debut. Power pieces, steering and brakes, factory air, and the chrome Magnum 500 wheels. Oh! Nice combo. Has the Deluxe Mighty report too, which helps you to find out exactly what this car had when it left Dearborn back in '72.
Watch him.
28 grand at no reserve.
I'd like to see the top down, though, but with all the rain that we're having here in Indianapolis, maybe not a great idea.
True. Okay, this one will hammer at no reserve. $28,000 here at Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. Well, that's a look from high above at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. This massive complex, you've got to have plenty of room when you've got almost 3,000 vehicles. There you see downtown at the very top left of your screen. It's about, I don't know, 4.5 miles away, thereabouts.
Can we see your house?
No, you're looking the wrong direction.
Oh,
yeah, we'd have to look far, far left.
To the high rent district.
No. Just on the edge. Kidding. Here is a 1977 Chevy Suburban. Look at this. $23,000. Not going to be enough. That is well done.
Yeah, it looks great, huh? Mile custom. Great wheel choice. Got a 350 in it with a 4-barrel and dual exhaust. And an automatic transmission. They've lowered it, as you can tell. So it's got a great ride height. And the two-tone blue is just about right for that truck.
Okay, the bid goes on that truck, and our first look at a Chevelle, and it's a good one. 1971 Super Sport with a big block under the hood, Bill.
Yeah, not the original one. This has had an engine swap, a 454, which was available in '71 in a Chevelle if you wanted it. This one with a rating of 325 horsepower and a Tremec 5-speed manual, orange exterior, the black rally stripes. Krager wheels look good on anything with raised white leather tires. And of course, one of the all-time great Chevelle spotter tricks is the headlight treatment. Single headlights will tell you it's a 71 and up, and the quad headlights signify the 1970 Chevelle.
All right, so we will move. I believe that one will go to bid goes on, or did it sell? Oh, I think I see a sold sticker in the window there.
That is a sold sticker.
Either way, let's move to a 73 K5 Blazer Cheyenne edition.
How do you want your Blazers? We've got them all here today.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm telling you.
Some of them original, much like this one. Some of them hot rodded, as we've seen. That's a 350 you just saw. And it's got the 3-speed automatic transmission. My guess would be a turbo 350. Transfer case for the 4-wheel drive, purple and white on the outside, black on the inside. Aftermarket sound in there. You hear your tunes. And just a minor lift on that, only a 2-inch lift on the stock suspension.
That's our first snap. Yeah, just a mile away. What will buy today? 43, 45.
Shouldn't be exceptionally expensive.
36, the current bid. I've always loved the badging just below the A-pillar because the graphics that tells you it's a K5 and a Cheyenne straight out of an old, 1940s Western or something.
Oh, sure, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the old kind of the cowboy motif. Yeah, we're getting close on this.
52 into that truck. I know. It's up mark. 40. They're still going. Yeah. I got 40. You take it off, it could go up, it could stay right there. But I mean, no, that's all I've got bid.
Not your 37.
There's Frank Mecum coming into the fray here, and the reserve is off.
Yeah, that's market correct. That's a fair deal on both sides. And who knows, we might sneak a few more bids in on it. Who knows? Nope, there it goes.
40 grand for that K5 Blazer. All right, here is another real deal Chevelle Super Sport. This one, though, from 1966. And it's got all the right stuff here, Bill.
Yeah, matching numbers 396. And by the way, this has 138 in the VIN. And that was the case in 1966 on a Chevelle SS. That's how you can verify it. But that changed. A couple of years later, you couldn't do that anymore. That is a 396 matching number with a Holley intake manifold. My guess, the 325 horse version. That's the paint code on this is K, Artesian Turquoise. 12-bolt rear end and power steering and power disc brakes. 1966 bucket seats, standard. And that ended. 1968, yeah, it was an option. Cost you, I think, $100.
52, get a bit of a 3, get a bit of a 2, get a bit of a 3, not get a bit of a 2 bid, get a bit of a 3, 52, get a bit of a 3 bid, not get a bit of a 3, 2, 3, and then get a bit of a 3, not 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 get a bit of a 3,
Steel wheels, center caps, red line tires, conservative wheel treatment, final top. White interior, plays well with that Artesian turquoise.
Love it, but 52 is not going to be enough. And so that car will give a polite wave to the fellows over at Bid Goes On as it gets set to leave the building, and we get set to check in with Danielle.
Hello, Scott Hoke. Yeah, I'm with a gorgeous 1957 Ford Thunderbird E-Code convertible. Car enthusiasts know that Ford created the Thunderbird in 1954 to try to steal away some of that Chevy Corvette Thunder. And one of the ways they did it, here's a 1957 E-Code. The E-Code and the F-Code were performance options for consumers wanting to pack a little bit more of a punch. This E-Code had the twin carb Paxton supercharger option, and that really souped up what you have under the hood there. This factory E-Code tops out at 312 horsepower, V8 engine with dual 4-barrel carburetors. You're seeing the interior now, which is absolutely beautiful. And this paint job, they call the color willow green, Scott, and I think it was my grandmother may have had Formica countertops at her house back in the day that were a very similar color. I think it's era appropriate. Obviously comes with the hard top as well. This gorgeous convertible is crossing the block here in just a little bit.
Love that color, Danielle. Good catch there. And always love to see the T-Birds, especially those early birds crossing the auction block.
You know, Danielle said something expert, and she probably didn't even know it. She mentioned this was the 1954, which was on the drawing board in 54.
Sure.
Ford knew that in 55, the first year of production, this is what they would be doing.
Yep. Love it. That's a little bit, couple model years later, but still.
Yeah.
Those baby birds are legendary.
Yeah, the 55 and the 56 and 7 just gradually evolved, but not a whole lot.
Frank Mecum is looking over this 69 Camaro RSSS. Lots of work done here.
We love work. Yeah, when it's done like this. They used the 2001 Camaro as the platform for this. How about that?
Oh, okay.
5.7 liter LS1 fuel injected V8 gives you the power. That's an entire powertrain from a modern LS platform. 6-speed manual, power steering, 4-wheel disc brakes, air conditioning. Very clever build.
Boy, that's the formula.
You would never know, looking at that car, how much hocus pocus went into it. Positive traction rear. A sensational paint job. Daytona yellow with the black rally stripes.
At 52, down 3, not get a bit of a reserve is on. Thank you. 52 to bid. 53,000 bid. 5 down 5, get a bit of a 5 down 5 here. 4 down 5 down 5, get a bit of a 5. And down 5 down 5 down 5 down 600, get a bit of a 5 down 600 down. Hit 5 down 600 down. Get a 6 and 7 7 7. Get a bit of a 7 down. Get a bit of 6 and 7 to bid. And 6 here down 7 7 7 down. Get a bit of a 7 there. 6 here down. Get a bit of a 7 9 half. Sold 56. Sold 56.
Wow, a little bit of extra flurry of activity there after that reserve came off. 56 when all the dust settles.
Well bought.
And you're right. At 30 feet away, you'd never know what's underneath that body.
Nope.
here is a 1966 Chevelle. However, this is a 300 Deluxe that has been customized just a little bit.
Yeah, one of the lower trim levels, but not anymore. That is a 454. Hello, that's a real OEM 454, not a crate motor. Tremec 5-speed manual. Boy, some real thought went into this build. Great paint on the outside, blue interior. There you see the shifter there for the Tremec 5-speed. You want your tunes? You want them loud? How about Kenwood Bluetooth stereo?
Yes, please.
Yes, you got it. With vintage air as well. It blows cold. And the engine keeps cool too. They put in a Champion aluminum radiator with dual electric fans. Sway bars for handling, front and rear coil over. Again, you would never know that they went coilovers underneath that car rather than the OEM suspension. Headers with electric cutouts. Oh, I think I hear the sound of music. Open up those cutouts. Yo.
$42,000. That is your hammer price. I'd say that's a lot of car for 42 grand, huh?
It is, and you know, you think of how pedestrian that original trim level was.
Exactly.
But it is certainly not low ball anymore.
Well, no low ball here at all. Not even close. It's a Mustang Roush Stage 3 from 2017, Bill.
Jack Roush. He's a crazy man.
That's why we like him.
That's why we like him. If he were here right now, I'd tell him to his face.
Sure.
This is a Stage 3, 670 horsepower out of that 5-liter V8.
He'd say, Bill, that's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me today.
Maybe. Roush has their own line of superchargers. It's called Roush Charging, which this has with a 6-speed manual. Oh my, a lot of driving enhancements here too with Brembo brakes and all kinds of trick pieces on the suspension. Well done all the way around. And is that going to bid those on?
Yeah, you know, it's I think 42 was the bid. It might take another 10 grand to get a deal worked out, perhaps.
Yeah. That paint, it kind of vibes that Steel Cities gray from the Corvette.
It does.
Super look.
All right, we will move to a 1967 Chevy C10 pickup truck. Oh, there you go.
Oy, oy. Look at the finish work under the hood of this truck. Can't help but be impressed with all the craftsmanship we're seeing today. That was the 350, by the way. I couldn't tell you everything that's been done to this truck. I'm just going to kind of let you take a look at it while I try to get in some of the fine points. Intake manifolds from Edelbrock, 700 R4 automatic transmission. Top's been chopped 4 inches. You can probably pick that up on your own. Vibrant red polyurethane paint. Tilt steering column. The seat has been refabricated for headroom because of the chopped top. AC, power windows and brakes, cruise control. It's kind of like driving a new car, although it's a 67 C10. First year for the glamour era, and you want glamour, you're looking at it.
And a $32,000 hammer price. That'll get it done.
Oh, man. Money well spent.
Look at that toolbox, too, or whatever you want to carry.
I think that is, yeah, utility box with a chrome cover.
Here's a 2007 Ram 1500.
Yeah, we go from highly modified to highly original. It's a quad cab with a 345 horsepower Hemi with an automatic. It is a 4-wheel drive truck. It's been raised 4 inches. Power options aplenty. And there's a sneak peek inside. Not too much in the way of modifications anywhere. Even has the original sound system in it, the AM/FM CD. Power windows and locks and mirrors. And it sells for an amazingly low $7,000.
Wowzers.
Yo.
All right, so as that one prepares to roll out to a new garage or ranch or whatever the case may be, we will do the same. Back to Indy after the break. Oh, you are going to love this car. 1933 Dodge 6 sedan. Look what they've done to this hot rod. They put a modern 6.1 liter, 4.25 horse Hemi in that engine room. They gave it vintage air, automatic transmission. That dude is crossing the block tomorrow. All kinds of other good stuff to talk about on that 1933 Dodge. And our coverage tomorrow begins just like today, noon Eastern, here on ESPN+.
That 6.1 is that SRT8 motor we
were
talking
yes,
about earlier.
Right.
4.25 horse.
Yes, indeed. Hey, you know what? We are really thrilled to have our buddy Jimmy Landis with us now. Jimmy, of course, as you all well know, the lead auctioneer at Mecum Auctions. I'm going to go kind of call this, Jimmy, inside the block, because we're going to get your perspective on what is happening, some of the nuances of the sale of a car that folks at home and even us sitting here in the booth might not be able to pick up on. So you ready to give us some expert insight on this, huh?
Well, I'm ready to give you some insight. I don't know if it'll be expert insight or not, but hey, we got the reserve off on this one, so that's always good.
Yeah, we're going to talk about this 2005 Chevy Silverado real quickly, 3500 LT dually. There it is, and the reserve off $50,000 on that pickup truck. So right behind it, and hopefully we'll get some activity that we can all take a look at if you're at home watching or here in the Fairgrounds Coliseum in Indianapolis. And 2010 Camaro Super Sport Hendrick Motorsports Edition. Hopefully this is a good candidate for some expert insight.
Well, for one thing, it's no reserve, so that's always good. I mean, we know we're going to the bank with this one.
And what is that? What kind of a mindset does that put you in as an auctioneer at the very beginning of the activity here?
Well, right off the bat, you know that it's going to sell, so you will have activity because it will sell. Plus, this is a Hendrick's car, right?
Yep.
I mean, so it's supercharged and been through their shop, and so it's going to be a runner, and so that's always fun.
That's only 588 horsepower. Don't get excited. Yeah, right. Supercharged LS3. By the way, there's a commemorative plate inside that's been signed by Rick Hendrick, and the seats have been signed by Dale Earnhardt Jr. and his sister Kelly, who's one of the management people at Junior Motorsports. So just the autographs alone be worth some serious money.
So Matt Morvek hammers
that's a
it.
good price.
Yeah, 30 grand, hammered it. The internet was the winning bidder on that Camaro Super Sport from 2010.
Hey, Jimmy, Matt Morvek once said that you guys actually feel a little disappointed when a car doesn't sell. Your goal is to sell everything that rolls in front of you.
Oh, absolutely, and we keep track up here. When somebody's got more sold than me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So, you know, you try to keep track of how many you're running and how many you're selling out of the ones that you run. Obviously, we like to run 20 and a half an hour. And if you get one that hangs you up and takes a little longer, well, then, you know, you lose your momentum. And a little opposite of what you guys notice, but we try to keep the momentum going so that you can keep them bidding, keep them involved.
No question. No question. By the way, if I'm an auctioneer and I'm one behind you, I'm going to go send it to Bid Goes On because I don't want to be tied with you at the end of the day because I don't want to get the wrath of Jimmy, right?
No, you won't get the wrath of Jimmy.
Totally kidding.
You'll just have to buy drinks, that's all.
That's right.
That's 59 Thunderbird here. We've seen 3 generations of Thunderbird so far today. There's a 59, rebuilt 390. Only 4,000 miles on that engine since it was completed. Automatic transmission. Lots of new parts on this T-Bird.
And a good-looking bird.
Yeah.
So we've got the reserve off. Daniel Hatchett was talking with the consignor. And I think, Jimmy, at least 2 bidders in the house?
Absolutely, 2 in the house. I don't think we have any on the internet on this one. But, well, actually, we've got 2 that have enabled to bid. So.
Okay.
There have been 11 generations of the Thunderbird, and you know what? Just about all of them are undervalued. We don't see them really pulling big bids, except maybe a sports
That's right,
roadster
but what a
with low
fun
mileage.
car for $12,000.
Yeah. People love them.
Yeah.
Turns heads everywhere.
Here is a 69 F350. And we've seen this a time or two in what some might call patina on purpose.
Yep. Yeah, not intended to be a beauty queen by any stretch. It's got a 428 cubic inch V8 engine. That engine wound up in trucks and cars. Holley ignition and fuel injection has been added with a 4-speed manual transmission and a dual range transfer case. All trucky stuff.
But an original crew cab truck, so that's really cool.
Yep, room for the whole family.
Yeah.
40,000 is the bid. Now, some of that patina in the bed, I'm thinking that might be legit.
That's real rust.
They've added some others to it, perhaps.
Yeah.
45,000 is the current bid, and that will be where we wind up on that F350. All right, here is a Willis edition of a 2014 Jeep Wrangler Unlimited.
6-cylinder little truck here, the 3.6 with a 6-speed manual transmission. Yeah, you can still get a manual transmission in your Jeep back in that era if you wanted it. A lot of them these days, though, have automatics. Power steering, power disc brakes, and a few other options as well.
The thing about this one that really jumps out at me immediately is the lack of aftermarket work that's been done. I mean, this is about as unmodified as you'll see in a Wrangler.
90 reserve, told me 80 would buy it.
It's got a Pioneer head unit in there, that's it. Otherwise, it's all, you know, Jeep commission parts and pieces.
Maybe some bigger tires that are bigger than stock.
Don't blame him.
$11,000. And another vehicle goes to Bid Goes On. We'll all be back along with Jimmy Landis here in a couple of minutes after a short timeout. Stick around. We are back live on ESPN Plus today from Indy and Dana Mecum's 38th original Spring Classic. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Steve Matchett, Jimmy Landis joining us once again with some unique insight as to what's going on the auction block. Of course, the lead auctioneer for Mecum Auctions.
Jimmy, what I wanted to know is you can't really have verbal communication with the bidder's assistants on the floor when a car is up for bids. You might have a secret handshake or some other kind of communication nonverbal with them, like a tilt of the head or facial expression, anything at all that you guys do while a car is up for bids?
Well, we can communicate quite a bit, actually. And a lot of it is, like you said, body language. All of our numbers, we communicate with each other. And just like you would if you were looking out there and ask them a question and they read your lips, you're going to read their lips back. And a lot of it is reading lips.
Oh.
So.
All right. Well,
the seller's ambassadors give us in other words, we have a reserve price, and they're down there trying to find out exactly what it does take to buy it. And so then they'll give us a number that might be less than that reserve to at least try to shoot for, and maybe we can get something done then.
We're going to look next at an 05 Bentley Arnage sedan. This is selling at no reserve. Here's another question. You know, when a car starts, or a truck, or whatever the case may be, what's the first thing you look for? What's the first step for you to get it off and running?
Well, I try to appraise the car when it's sitting in front of me. So, you know, obviously I'm looking at hood, roof, trunk, and this side of the car. But I try to appraise it before they ever tell me what they think they want for it.
Okay.
So that if, just to see how close I am at knowing what they're worth, and 2, to give myself the numbers to ask for. And then if you have a car with a $60,000 reserve, you certainly don't want to ask $5,000. As far as setting the car in and getting it going, we leave that up to the buyers.
Okay.
And, we've got several people here that are they'll start every car.
Sure.
So.
Well, this Bentley just gavelled for $20,000.
Wow, a real luxury liner. 20 years old, but you'd never believe it, and it just sold for probably 10 cents on the dollar. $20,000.
And not only that, but what a great driver for $20,000. I mean, they're cool.
Sure, and you can, exactly what you just said, you can take it and drive it and not have any worry about it.
Absolutely.
I'd hire a chauffeur if I owned that car.
All right, moving on to Mercedes-Benz SL500 convertible from 2004. Another car, no reserve.
Jimmy, what's it like to work with a guy like Frank Mecum, who's so dynamic, who's involved so often on the floor putting deals together?
Oh, really? After working for his dad for all these years, I mean,
I forgot.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, they are actually really, really, really fun to work with, and if something goes south, they might lose it right away and give you a look like this is your last day. and then 10 seconds later laughing and letting you know that, okay, it happens. So,
sure.
But they're fun to work with. They're great.
Well, there's got to be an element of mutual trust between you and them, too.
Absolutely. And not only do they know these automobiles, they know the auction business, and so that's always good. I mean, a lot of times you look at each other and you're thinking the same thing.
Right.
And 25 years working for Dana, I mean, I look at him and I know what he's thinking about.
You can almost finish each other's sentences.
Absolutely. Well, sometimes he's a little more colorful than a lot of people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No reserve here on this 65 Mustang convertible.
Yeah, interesting, Scott. This is an early production Mustang being described as a 64 and a half, but of course we know they were all titled as 65s, but early car with a 260 V8. That was the first V8 that was available in the Mustang.
Oh.
And we just sold it for $28,000.
My goodness.
Style steel wheels, metallic blue paint, white top. Nice package.
Boy, the visual pop on that one is spectacular.
Looks like a magazine ad.
All right, here's one of our favorite little pickup trucks, the Dodge Lil Red Express from 1979, selling here at no reserve.
Yeah, they did this for a couple of years, 78 and 79. At one time, these were the quickest production vehicles you could buy in the United States that were American-born. 360 V8, that's the 5.9 in liters. Automatic transmission, power accessories as well, air conditioning and an AM/FM stereo. But, Detroit was learning that if you couldn't put the horsepower in the cars that you wanted to because of emissions and insurance and things like that, you kind of skirt around all those limitations by going with a truck. Just about the time that this truck ended, Ford came in with their first attempt at a muscle truck with the Ford Lightning. So an important truck right here in Dodge history.
And a big seller, too. I mean, people loved them.
They do.
Mopar people were just crazy when that truck came out. We got the coolest thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it had a little big rig vibe with the twin stacks coming both sides. And hey, does the reserve at all modify the way that you approach how you interact with the bidders out there?
I don't think so. Maybe to some degree when we know we're close to getting the reserve off and they just won't bid that one more time, that one more time is going to take it off. That gets a little, come on, just hit it one more time.
Oh, we've seen you when that happens.
Yeah.
But a no reserve car, does that make your job maybe a little easier?
No, because you still need to get all you can. And you what I said about appraising them as they come in, I mean, you know, you have a general idea of what this car, that truck is worth. And you get a feeling that you're at what it's worth, or you're below what it's worth. And if you're below what it's worth at a no reserve car, I feel it, and I want it to bring what it's worth, you know. And so sometimes the no reserve is more work than a reserve car.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Here's a 64 Fury convertible from Plymouth, mid-teens at the moment, maybe heading for 20. We all know you've got a suitcase full of one-liners, Jimmy. Do you ever sometimes feel like, oops, maybe I went a little bit too far with that guy?
Welcome to my world.
No. No.
Good answer.
Do you guys think that sometimes I go a little too far?
No, not at all.
Because
we know it's in good fun.
I don't think that I've ever gone too far.
Did that sell? I don't think it did.
No, bid
was
goes on.
At 17. It did not move from there. All right, now.
You know, I'm actually offended that you would have said that.
What's that? That you think you went too far? This is 2019 Mustang Bullet. I tell you what, though, you have cracked us up on more than a few occasions over here.
Oh, my favorite.
And the audience as well, yes.
My favorite Jimmy Landis bit is when he'll say, can I see the hands of people who have never been to a Mecum auction before?
Yeah.
And the hands go up and he says 10,000, 12,000, 15,000.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you can get them every time.
Oh,
every time.
That's hilarious.
One of my favorites is when I filled Scott JK's pockets with Cheez-Its.
Oh.
I missed that.
Oh, that was never publicly documented.
That was probably one of those times when Scott thought Jimmy went too far.
Well, that was in 2014.
Is that when it was?
It was the only year that we were wearing suit coats. And navy blue and cheese balls don't go together.
Yep. Hey, I have a question, Jimmy.
Yes, sir.
You know, sometimes you institute the Mecum rule.
Yes.
Explain what that is, and what do you think the percentage is when you invoke the Mecum rule and it actually gets a car sold?
Okay, well, the Mecum rule just basically was invented one day during an auction because we were so close to getting this car sold, and we had what we felt was a really good bid. But we were just a little bit, I mean, we couldn't convince the seller.
He was dug in.
Yeah, so we're finally like, well, what do you want for it? And Dana yells, Mecum rule, raise your bid, nobody else can play, raise your own bid and buy it. And he did. And so that became the Mecum rule. And so now we invoke it in those same situations. There's times when, you know, we're at $25,000 and the people were really thinking that 30 is what it would do, and you finally get them down to the fact that, okay, they'll take 28,000. So you invoke the Mecum rule, you raise your bid from 25 to 28,000, we sell it to you immediately. I would say 70%.
70%?
I would say 70%.
I think that's a pretty fair number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good number.
And then on those 30% that it doesn't work, they may raise their bid a little bit.
Right.
And then we may be able to convince the seller so that that's 85% now, you know.
Right. Okay, two bidders going after this 78 Suburban.
Yeah, anything but original right here with a 5-liter. Oh, wait a minute. Stand by. Don't touch that dial. 350 V8 in the Suburban.
Now I'll bring W168.
All right, there it is. Gaveling for $11,000. Hey, Jimmy, we're going to let you go here. I know you got to get back to work, but thanks so much, man. We appreciate you putting on the headset and giving us a little bit of insight here.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, back with more from Indy after the timeout.
JK was literally the walking encyclopedia of Corvettes, both vintage Corvettes and also modern Corvettes. He was so passionate about them. One of the Corvettes that John owned was probably the Corvette he drove the most, and that was the 2010 Corvette that he had, the C6 Corvette, 430 horsepower, 6-speed manual, fast car, stylish, quick.
John was so excited that this new mid-engine Corvette was coming out. And when he ordered his, you know, he knew exactly what he wanted. Elkhart Lake Blue Metallic, 1 LT trim package coupe.
He finally took delivery of that car, and man, every time he drove it, you can just picture that big smile on his face. Whoever buys that car is, I hope, going to appreciate it and love it as much as he did.
Well, that is just a little sneak peek at some of the cars, the Corvette specifically, from the JK collection, which will be crossing the block tomorrow. And we lost JK back in January, Bill, and this show will never be the same.
We're still getting over it.
Yeah.
And this is something I don't think that will ever be completely over, no matter how long it takes.
I got to tell you, I did get a text from John in July, I think, of 2019, before the unveiling of the 2020, the C8 Corvette, and John said, hey, I just printed off all 38 pages of the dealer spec guide on the new I'll bring it with me tomorrow. I mean, he knew more about that new C8 Vet than the guys on the showroom floor knew.
And probably committed to memory within a day or two.
Yep. Yes, indeed. How about this? Look at this. 59 Pontiac Bonneville hardtop.
Yeah.
Woo, 37 grand.
A great year for Pontiac. Detroit styling was just unlimited, unfettered. This was the first year for the wide track look on the Pontiac, and you can see when you look at this car at either end just what that meant. 389, 300 horsepower. Power accessories everywhere. The bubble top motif, as you can see, with a big rear window. Wow. Look at the color-coded interior with the tricolors and the full wheel covers with spinners and wide white wall tires. You are looking at what automobile engineering and styling and performance was all about, coming from Detroit in 1959.
Well, that one from 59 just sold for $37,000. Let's jump ahead a year, 1960 in another Bonneville. This convertible.
Yep, and the styling sensations from General Motors continued. They had such a huge share of the automobile marketplace. At one time back then, they were concerned they would get antitrust legislation from the government because they sold so many cars. As you take a look at everything here, their odometer only reads a little over 11,000 miles. It's all original with a 389 and an automatic. Some of the options include the Super Deluxe push-button AM radio, power convertible top, power steering and brakes, and once again, the wide track look, which continued in 1960.
Man, that is super cool.
Oh,
having those two back-to-back.
Oh, it's a time machine.
That top looks like it might have been replaced, but other than that, there, as you mentioned, there's a ton of originality in that car. So 52 for that Bonneville from 1960. The bid goes on. And next up is a 59 Fairlane 500 Sunliner.
Meanwhile, in Dearborn, Michigan at Ford, they were trying to keep pace with General Motors, and their stylist decided to take off the handcuffs. This 59 Ford Fairlane, this is a good representation of how the 1959 styling trends in Detroit were really going outside the lines. 352, that's the Ford FE, the early FE, 300 horsepower with a 4-barrel carbon cruise-o-matic automatic transmission. You see the big Continental deck on the back, the skirts, the flush quarter panel skirts there with the full wheel covers, wide white wall tires, which was the thing back then, the two-tone paint. And anybody who was around back during this time period, even as a child, will remember how exciting it was to see the new cars every year, because the designers in Detroit, they were not resting on their laurels. Every car gave you a whole new styling language. You know, you take a look at a 59 Ford, very little commonality with the 58 or the 60. a lot of the body styles were 1 year only, and the reserve is off on this Ford. It is going to sell. Look at those dual spotlights, too.
Love it.
Is that not a period piece or what?
Totally.
Yeah.
First year, by the way, for the Galaxy name, and what a legend that became over the course of a number of years.
Well, for a long time.
25,000. Alex McLaughlin, our auctioneer right now. And headed to the internet with Katie there in the lower left-hand corner. Boy, this has been a good chrome and fin era trifecta here.
It really has some of the best examples.
Here is that 57 Thunderbird E-Code that Danielle previewed a little while back.
Pretty car. Very pretty car. 1957, as we all know, the last year of the two-seat baby birds. But this one, with that dual quad 312 with 270 horse, automatic transmission, power accessories as well, steering and brakes. It has the porthole hardtop that we really, really love to see. It just exemplifies the delightful styling of these cars. That kicky, kind of funky porthole there on the top. Air-conditioned car. It's been restored by Prestige Thunderbirds out in Santa Fe, California, by the way. And what's interesting is that the E-Code birds, the dual quad cars, the F-Code birds with the supercharged engines were actually being sold by dealers in 1957 with no additional sticker price, despite those engine upgrades, because Ford had already decided they were going 4 seats and completely changing the whole Thunderbird playbook in 1958. So they were clearing out the 57s. Wow. Yeah, with as much alacrity as they could. They just wanted to wipe the slate clean. And one of the reasons that you see these E-Birds and F-Birds these days being so prized by collectors is that in 1957, Ford was doing everything it could through its dealership to just sell them at whatever price they could get.
Almost, hey, we're going out of business sale,
yeah,
you know?
Out to the bare walls.
53,000, 52 is bid, 53,000 to the bid, now 3, did you want to give a 3, sir, give 53, 52 bid, 53,000 to you, give 53,000, 2,000 to the now, give 53, 53, now 4,000
I don't mind that
to the
color
bid,
at all. It kind of reminds me of a dish of mince at a wedding, you know?
Yeah. I always think of Melmac dinnerware.
Right.
Back in the day.
True.
Those Formica dinette sets that Mom had. All of those earth tones that we remember from the 50s. No problem with that color at all.
Well, I tell you what, a little bit of terrific bidding activity going on after the reserve came off here.
Yep. 60,000 and knock them out. 60,000, 57, 58,000, 57. That opens the door for him. 58, internet. 57 now. 8,000, 8,000 to the net. 58. 58 is bid. Give 60,000, sir. Give $60,000. Give 60,000 on the bid. Give 60,000 on the bid. Give 60 bid. Now 60 bid. 960. 60,000 to the bid. Give 60,000 anywhere. 60,000 to the bid. Did you want to give 60,000? 60 bid. Give 60,000 to the bid, sir. 59, 60. Already got 60,000. 60. Give 60,000 to the bid. Did you want to give 60? 60,000 internet. Yes or no? 60,000. 60,000 to the bid. Did you want in? 9 here. 60,000. Anybody want in? Did you want to give 60,000 to the bid? Anywhere? Now 2, 62. I tried for you, sir.
Wow, that's
a
$10,000 bump.
You are correct, sir.
Since the reserve came off.
Now 60 bid, now 1. 60 on the
It
internet.
just
61.
exemplifies the condition and the presentation of this T-Bird. Lately, we've been seeing these baby birds, value-wise, kind of coming back to the hobbyist as opposed to the collector. But this is an exception right here.
61 now 2. Did you want 2 to 2? Anybody else? 61,000 now 62. Sold $61,000.
All right, it's going to stay here in the building.
From the Tom Martin collection of 175s to 1984.
And that gentleman up in the grandstand area just picked up the E-Code Thunderbird for $61,000. All right, here is kind of a rare bird, if you will, 1984 Mustang. They only build 104 of these 20th anniversary convertibles, Bill.
Yeah, with the turbo motor, the 2.3 liter, 145 horsepower inline 4-cylinder engine. Back in 1984, most people, they wanted the V8 in them. They wanted the 5.0. This one has the turbo motor with a 5-speed manual, power steering and brakes, and 20th anniversary medallions to just remind everybody that the Mustang was born 20 years earlier. And some options as well to kind of puff it out a little bit. AM/FM cassette. And that leather-wrapped steering wheel that feels so good. Great to have a nice steering wheel with some beef to it. That was one thing about the old General Motors cars. Even the original GTO, steering wheels were kind of narrow, where you put your hands.
Right.
Kinda,
spindly.
Yeah, kind of, you might say that. Yeah, it kind of diminished the feel you got from the car.
16.5, 15.5, 16, 16.
You know, if Ford had been really thinking it through, they would have done a 1984 and a half anniversary.
Yeah, because that's how a lot of people refer to those original Mustangs. Again, Ford never authorized that.
Correct.
But, you know, the enthusiasts took over from there.
Sure.
Sold 16.5, Jordan's way. Sold.
I say that in jest, but I think it could have worked.
Yep, me too.
16.5, that's going to be the hammer price on that 84 Mustang Turbo. Back with more from Indy in a moment. So good of you to be with us on ESPN Plus today from the Indiana State Fairgrounds. Let's look inside of one of many buildings that are being used here. Keep the cars in pristine shape before they cross that red carpet here in the Fairgrounds Coliseum. And right now, let's check in with Chris Jacobs, who is standing by with today's Stay-Built Performance tip. Chris?
Yeah, Scott, well, you talk about pristine condition. You also want the most power and performance out of your baby. So that's why Stable is ready to help you guys out. Just throw a little 360 protection into your fuel tank every time you fill up, and it maximizes your car's fuel efficiency. Good stuff, and an easy way to squeeze out the most from your prized possession like this baby. Now, there's a couple things that are rare about this car. First of all, it's a 1966, first year of the Dodge Charger. Also powered by a 426 Hemi, first year of the street Hemi. Now, Gen 1 Chargers 66 and 67. Easy way to tell the difference is this fender right here. 66 did not have the turn signals mounted, 67 did. Come on and take a look at the interior here, which is mostly original and featuring that 4-speed manual transmission. What a power plant. Kind of turns this car into a little bit of a sleeper. Now, another reason that this car is super unusual is back up here in the engine compartment. No, it's not an option. It's not a feature. It was actually something that was forgotten. This bracket right here, this is called a pull-up. There'd be a chain attached to this at the factory, and that's how they would move the engine around from station to station while it was being assembled. The dealer is supposed to remove this bracket, but apparently they forgot. So now it's become kind of a rare oddity on this car and a little bit of its history. Going across the block a little bit later today, Scott.
All right, that is pretty cool. Thank you, Chris. That is our Stay-Built Performance tip today. StayBuiltMecum.com is your online headquarters for all things Stay-Built. Check this out, 1974 bone stock appearing Bronco, Bill, and how about 1974 Brown?
Yeah, it's got all the original bones. You're right, Scott. 302 V8 with the Motorcraft. Remember the Motorcraft carburetor?
Yes.
Column shifted, 3-speed, 4-wheel drive. This is the little guy. This is the original Bronco configuration, which began in 1966. A few years later, 1978, Bronco grew up. The full-size trucks came in, but in the meantime, these are the ones that people are flocking to.
Boy, are they ever. And that trend has been going on for, oh my gosh, 7 or 8 years, maybe 10 years at least by now.
Yep, and the new generation Bronx, they just kind of mirror the success of the early ones.
You are right. Here is a 79 Blazer Cheyenne once again, $26,000 opening bid.
5.7 liter V8 with an automatic and original, and needs nothing, as the classified ads say when you're looking to shop for an automobile. The rear seat is that folding rear seat. Windows have been tinted. Rally wheels, AM/FM radio. And that's Cordovan brown over frost white. It's a looker, yeah. What? Who wouldn't want that?
Reserve off 30 grand.
Jordan, what's your man say? 32,000 and 32. You say yes. I'm going to move into 32. Hold on. 32. You got to be 32. You want 31? 30's right there. 31. You want 31? I got to go. 30, 31. Norm, 30, 31. Let's go. I'm going to be 31. I'm on 31,000. There you go. Sold, Norm.
Yeah.
Sold.
All right.
Yeah, you did tell me that, didn't you?
30.
Yeah.
We'll get the job done. And so right behind that 79 Blazer is a 1990 Bronco XLT, the big Bronco.
Yep. I'm thinking this is going to outpace that Chevy that we just saw in terms of bidding. This has an odometer that reads 12,274 miles, and it's a V8 truck, electronic fuel injection. Back in 1990, just about everything had that. Overdrive automatic. Some power things as well, steering and brakes. And yeah, this is pulling more money than the Chevy did, and a lot of that is that mileage. This truck is fresh.
Sure is.
And that black, too. Just about this time, around 1990, I would say, heading into the mid-90s, the whole SUV, call it revolution, was in full swing. And as time went on, the SUVs became less trucks and more cars, and look at the way they are today. They're kind of luxurious luxury cars that can go anywhere.
Exactly right. And go anywhere with one exception. Tough to find parking spaces for some of these gigantic ones now.
Yeah, that Ford Excursion.
And the Grand Wagoneers,
Grand
man, they're a mile long.
Yeah.
Okay, here is a significant Trans Am, 2002 Pontiac Trans Am Collector Edition.
With a WS6 package.
Yes.
Which always adds appeal to these. The 5.7 liter engine, accompanied by the automatic transmission. You see the black top, yellow paint. 3,701 miles currently showing on the odometer.
That WS6 is Pontiac speak for ram air intake, and you see it with those nostrils.
Oh, sure.
On the hood,
Yep.
and that's a big deal.
Upgraded suspension, sway bars. You see the exterior of this Trans Am's got all the war paint that you love to see. And who would have known in 2002, looking at this Pontiac Trans Am, that Pontiac's days were numbered? Who would have thought?
Okay, Jesse has the reserve off at 31.5.
This has the automatic 6-speed also available in these.
Sold 31.5. They're sold. Jordan Hunter.
The automatic certainly did pull the bidding down, did it?
Yeah, 31.5. Somebody's got themselves a sweet car there.
Yep, modern era muscle car. It still looks and goes the way it wanted.
Here is a 2009 VW Beetle convertible.
2.5 liter inline 5-cylinder engine right there. Very clean little bug. Has an automatic. And it's loaded. Power steering and brakes and AC. Even the power windows have been added. Door locks, cruise control. You know, we always like to compare the modern era cars with the early cars. Sure. Think of the original Volkswagen Bug. If you were talking about power windows and brakes and air conditioning and things like that, they'd lock you up.
Yes, you would know that at that point your brother-in-law was involved in all these modifications.
Right.
15. I got to go. 15. He said, yeah. 15. 15. 14. 5. Now 15. 15. 15. You sure? 15. 14.
Those early Bugs led the league, whatever league you want to call it, in lack of everything.
Oh, I had one. I had a 64, and I couldn't drive it in the wintertime.
No.
They'd have to send out a dog sled to find me.
Oh. Very true. Okay, remember at the top of the show here, it's been almost 3 hours ago, Bill, I said it's kind of a roulette wheel. You never know what's going to come up in today's lineup, and here is a perfect example of that. A 1963 Rambler 440H.
Oh, Scott. Oh, how much charm here. 3.2-liter inline six, but the big story, you're going to see in just a second here. The twin stick 3-speed manual transmission with overdrive. I remember when they were, look at that, marketing these, and people were doing double takes. Wait a minute, there's 2 shifters coming out of long before the Hurst dual gate shifter, by the way.
Yes.
And this was not something that other manufacturers picked up on, at least not until that dual gate came out. I mean, maybe the closest to that was that 4.3 transmission in the Corvette, but even that came out maybe 20 years later. Just a cool little car.
And one you very rarely see anymore.
Yeah. Very simple construction. AMC did not have a lot of money in 1963. There was not a whole lot of money for engineering, styling, things like that. It resembles a Kelvinator refrigerator on wheels, to be honest with you, but that's where they were.
Oh, man, $11,000 high bid on that AMC Rambler American. Danielle Trotta, what do you have cooked up for us?
Well, Scott Hoke, I'm here with an absolutely stunning green 2024 Ferrari Roma, and my buddy Steve Matchett is with me here to help me explain or solve a little bit of a Ferrari riddle, Steve. So you can see the paddle shifter here, and as paddle shifters you would think go, typically left to right. This would be your upshift, this would be your downshift, but you can see the writing here. It's actually the opposite. The left paddle is downshift and the right paddle is upshift. It seems backwards to me, Steve. Make sense of it for me.
Well, we have to go all the way back to 1988, 1989 at Maranello for Scuderia Ferrari, where this car came from, actually, from the road car division, obviously, where the legendary Formula One designer John Barnard came up with the first paddle shift transmission for Ferrari. Nigel Mansell was the driver back then. And he designed it with the upshift on the right and the downshift on the left. And he said it is embedded in the DNA of the brain that feels correct. Now, every Formula One constructor that followed on that tradition built their Formula One transmissions, upshift on the right, downshift on the left, and then the road car manufacturers started doing it, and they did exactly the same. There is just something logged in the brain where it feels correct to the designers that upshift is always on the right, downshift is always on the left. Beyond that, I cannot explain it.
A little bit of a mystery, right? And
I think so.
We may think that he was predominantly maybe right-handed. So for him, maybe that this felt right in the right hand to be the upshift.
That is certainly one theory. There is also that thing about things buried in the DNA we can't fully understand, like why are we all attracted to water? Whenever we see it, we still go to water. Why do human beings see so many different shades of green? Is it from when we were hunter-gatherers? It's like something locked in the brain we can't fully explain.
But goes back to auto racing. So there you go, a little fun factoid about this Ferrari Roma, Scott Hoke. We're trying to answer some long-lived questions in the Ferrari world.
And some of those questions may go on for a long time, too, DT. Thank you, and Steve, as well. Great to have Matchett with us this week here in Indy. Here is a 1963 Chevy C10 pickup, and the bid at $47,000.
Full tilt custom.
Yo.
Short bed model. That's only the start. 5.3 liter. Great motor. Automatic transmission. Has had some updating made to it. AC, air ride, 12-bolt rear end, 5-spoke alloys. Disc brakes with red calipers. Good looking there. Dakota digital gauges. Nicely done.
49 grand.
Once again, I'm sorry, Scott. Once again, that air ride suspension explains why the bed floor has been elevated like that. You need that extra space to mount the compressor and all of the lines and all of the hardware underneath.
Reserve off, 49 grand. Jesse Kopp hammers it right there.
Well short of the build price.
Oh, no doubt. Okay, here is 2010 Tacoma from Toyota, the SR5 pickup truck. Very popular little truck.
Yep. Durable. I can remember when Toyota came into the pickup truck market.
Yep.
They were going after Ford, Chevy, and Dodge, and they absolutely became their equal, if not their superior, in the minds of many people. Of course, I love the nickname for these trucks, the Taco.
Yes, sir.
It just kind of fits it, I guess.
I had a Tundra. I've told you about this before. I had an 05 Tundra, which I loved.
Sure. And you know what? You don't have it now, but I'm sure it's going to last a long time, probably another 100, 200,000 miles, unless you really beat it to death. I don't know.
A tree fell on it.
Oh, that's right.
After I sold it.
I take that back. Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't think the sturdiest of cars would survive that. I mean, it was a big tree too, not a sapling.
A tree is going to win every time.
16 grand. That one's headed toward bid goes on. So a good deal on that little pickup truck is still a possibility. And next up for us, boy, this is an important car any way you look at it. 1964 GTO convertible.
This is the way I remember a lot of guys, my friends who bought 64 GTOs, ordered them. And I'll tell you what they did. Well, obviously, the tri-power was very attractive, 348 horsepower, but they got the down market wheels because they were going to put aftermarket wheels on them anyway. So why would they pay extra for the optional wheels that Pontiac offered? This has had air conditioning added, not the original air conditioning. This is aftermarket AC under the dashboard. Power operated, black vinyl, convertible top as you can see. Power steering and brakes. And once again, the 1964 Pontiac GTO was the car that introduced America to the full-size engine and the intermediate platform. And boy, did that set off fireworks in Detroit for the next 8 to 10 years.
47,000 internet. We're going to put you on a phone call. We're going to call the owner and let you know quickly as we can.
Now offering
All right, it looks like the internet will buy that car, but as you heard Jesse Kopp say, a couple of phone calls, a little bit of details yet to work out with the consignor. All right, so we will move on to a 1970 Chevelle. I see Super Sport badging here, Bill.
Yes, you do. This is a Super Sport.
Okay.
But that's not the original engine. That's a 454 that's been dropped in with a turbo 400 3-speed automatic. So you don't see any references to numbers matching, things like that. But, you know, I tell people, if you've got a Chevelle with a 454 and you floor that throttle, doesn't matter whether those numbers match. You're going to get all the fun you can take. Cowl induction hood here. Those black bucket seats, by the way, are original, and those are aftermarket look-alike Magnum 500 wheels in a larger diameter. Those are 17-inch. And one of the interesting little trivia facts about the Chevelle is that they didn't get 15-inch wheels until 1971. Even the LS6s and all the performance Chevelles prior to that had 14-inch wheels. 71, they went up to 15 inches.
52 is the bid.
And the Turbo 400 preceded the Turbo 350 automatic. You'd think it'd be the other way around. But the Turbo 400 actually became overkill for the small block engines. They didn't want to put Turbo 400s behind, you know, small 350s, low horsepower motors, so they came out with a Turbo 350.
Well, the high bid here on this 1970 Chevelle is going to wind up at $52,000. We are almost halfway home today. More coming up. We are back in Indianapolis. It is exactly 3 o'clock here in the capital city of the great Hoosier State as we reach the halfway point in our telecast on ESPN Plus from Dana Mecum's 38th original Spring Classic at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. Scott Hoke here, Bill Stevens right next to me, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Steve Matchett out and about, patrolling the staging lanes, giving us terrific previews on cars headed our way, whether it be later today or tomorrow or even onto the weekend. Here's a 2008 Saturn Sky Redline convertible, Bill.
This was a creative exercise from the folks at General Motors. The Saturn Sky, the sister car, was the Pontiac Solstice. This one was the one everyone wanted, the turbo 2-liter Ecotec inline 4 with a 5-speed manual. This could get up pretty well, and this one, a low mileage example under 10,000 miles. It's got some extra features, power steering and power disc brakes with traction control, AC, and CD stereo.
$26,000, George.
And there's that black with polished or chrome wheels combination that has all the eye candy you'd want.
What? Now, wait a minute. Give $26,000. Yeah, thank you. 26. $26,000. 25, 26. Sold $25,000. Sold $25,000.
Well, there is Jimmy Landis, our guest a few minutes ago, just hammering that Saturn at $25,000. And just taking an extra minute or two to clarify where everybody was on that bid. Make sure we get it right.
He's engaging with everybody, you know, bidders, people on the floor.
Here's a 1995 XJS from Jaguar. I know you're a big fan, but what about the XJS?
The XJS, which I always have said looks, all right, I will say it, a Camaro. But yes, this is the inline 6-cylinder version. They had a 12-cylinder version too. They had kind of a rocky reputation, to be honest with you. First of all, the styling is, I think, drop-dead gorgeous. And the driving experience certainly is terrific. But these are not cars that you want to drive, let's say, every day. They're weekend cars. And we don't see many in this condition. We've seen them before. We see the fixed roof cars probably more frequently than the convertibles. That's a 4-liter inline 6, by the way, with an automatic. And there's a lot going for these cars in terms of luxury with the power steering and 4-wheel disc brakes and things like that. Power windows, seats, and locks. And if you find one that's been well maintained, well cared for, has been kept in condition like this, and you like these cars, that's the way I would go.
That's the one you have to get, because if you don't have that, backing it up.
Yep. They, you know, have had kind of like a checkered past, to be honest. But, again, based on its maintenance and condition and how well they've been cared for.
$15 is the current bid, and Jimmy is asking for $16. It's almost a case-by-case basis. I mean, there are known issues.
Yep.
But if you can, you know, keep those at a bare minimum, you're okay.
Sure. For instance, you know, there's a problem sometimes with the valve cover gaskets leaking or oil pan gasket leaking and little things like that. Those are not major overhaul issues. Just little things that can be prevented if you stay on top of it.
Sure.
Thank you.
16 grand. Somebody's going to drive out of here with that 95 XJS and drive out in luxury, too.
Oh, they'll look great, whoever they are.
You want to drive out in a hot rod? Well, here you go. 2016 Shelby GTH, the modern iteration of the Hertz Rent-A-Car.
Boy, that is a collaboration that has defied the test of time. Hertz, Ford, and Shelby. This is 123 of 171 of the exclusive 50th anniversary Hertz Rent-A-Racer editions. They, of course, only offered at Hertz locations. That's a 435 horsepower 5-liter Coyote that you just saw, which pretty much the same horsepower rating if you bought a Coyote in a crate. Automatic transmission, and you can see the Hertz paint motif. That memorable black and gold combination. 1966, Shelby and Hertz teamed up. They built about 1,000. I've heard different numbers mentioned, but about 1,000 GT350s, black with gold, in that 1966 initial year that were rented at Hertz locations throughout the country. You had to be 25 years old to get your hands on them. And the Rent-A-Racer is the nickname. It might be an urban legend, may not be, but they say that people would rent a GT350 Hertz edition and take it to a racetrack.
Yep. Bring it back on Monday.
I would not doubt that at all.
Well, that one sold for $55,000, I believe, and Jeep Cherokee from year 2000 is up next for us, a Cherokee Sport.
With a 4-liter inline 6-cylinder engine that I guarantee you will outlive all of us. Those engines are so durable and used in just about every Jeep that they built over the years. This one with an automatic transmission. And the Cherokee Sport, one level up from the basic Cherokee with a few extras. This one is in outstanding condition.
Sold $9,000.
Wow, is it ever?
Wow, it's right. Alloy wheels, raised white letter tires. It's got over 100,000 miles on it, but you would never guess that.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm telling you, tinted glass.
That's impressive.
It is.
All right, before we get to the next car, we need to get over to Chris Jacobs real quickly.
Yes, sir, and I'm here at a place that's very near and dear to my heart, the Dodge Display. They always have a presence here at Mecum Auctions, longtime sponsor. And, of course, they've got some muscle on the black carpet here, starting out with this Destroyer Gray Durango right here. Looks like it's been out on the throw ride. It's got brake dust all over the front calipers. You got to love that. And then right across from that, nose to nose, is another Durango that's done up beautifully in the Mecum livery. But I really want to talk about this third car that they have in their display. This, of course, 2023 Dodge Charger Hellcat Blacked Out Edition. It's got the gloss black paint with the blacked out matte finish going on the hood, along the roofline and the deck lid as well. And check out these beautiful gold wheels on there too. So cool. And being a recent Charger owner myself, I did pick up a Super B at the Mecum auction in Glendale, Arizona. Makes me very happy to be in the presence of this bad boy, Scott.
Oh, I knew it. I knew you'd bring that up, and I know you had a lot of fun with your ride out at Radford Racing School as well. Glad to see those cars there. Dodge, the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor, long time of Mecum Auctions.
I think we all own Mopars. You've got
yes.
a Jeep.
Uh-huh.
I've got my Grand Cherokee.
Yes.
He's got his Super B.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Absolutely. Hey, here is a 79 Bronco. The bidding just north of $30,000, now into the mid-30s.
Interesting fact about these 79 Ford Broncos. Remember that the Bronco was born in '66.
Mm-hmm.
The big Bronco was born in '78, continued through '79, and that was it for that generation. The 1980 ushered in a new generation for the Bronco. This one has been frame-off restored to original specs, 400 cube V8, automatic, four-wheel drive. 35-inch tires. Look at the rubber on that truck.
You can get 35s from the factory nowadays. In fact, see those graphics?
Yes.
If you push the right buttons, if you're building your own Bronco currently, if you push the right buttons, you will have similar graphics pop up on the side of your 2025 Bronco.
No kidding. I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, similar. Not exactly, but you got to push the right combination of buttons.
Were you shopping for a new Bronco?
Maybe.
Ooh, I got a scoop.
Maybe.
Nice.
We'll see. $38,000, by the way, buys that one from 1979.
I have 100 bid, 110,000.
And next up is 2023 Mercedes-Benz twin turbo V8.
Scott, I really need somebody to explain to me what this truck has that makes people spend big money. It's not the styling, it's a box on wheels, okay? It's not swoopy, it's not sleek, it doesn't cheat the wind. That powertrain, okay, you can get 416 horsepower out of that bi-turbo 4-liter engine, 450 pound-feet of torque. But it is amazing what these stickers for, and well, look, take a look at the bids right now. What even a 2-year-old G550 is demanding in the marketplace. Always was impressed by the fact that a truck like this is just so appealing to people that have the money to buy them. Do you understand it all?
I know where you're coming from.
You know where I'm coming from?
I know. I get it. It's just kind of weird, the appeal.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at it truthfully, they're part VW thing. You can see a little bit of that, especially in the front end, the angles, the hard angles. Part Land Rover, part Jeep. I mean, they've got a lot of different things going on in there.
There's not a round angle on the whole truck. You look at a Bentley Bentayga. Oh, man.
Swoopy.
The styling. Just the curb appeal of that truck. And this, and Mercedes people, don't get mad at me. I think they're tremendous vehicles. I just have never understood how something that looks so boxy could be so appealing.
At 25,000, you're going to get 26,000.
Well, the high bid on it was $135,000, and that is going to be short of the mark. You see them all over the place, I'm telling you.
I know.
You're right. Here is a 1979 Trans Am SE, and that tells us that it is the Bandit Edition, unofficially known as such. Yes, the special edition.
The Smokey and the Bandit Edition, if you will. 213 were built as equipped like this one, the 301 cubic inch V8 engine. This was not the performance motor in 1979. You could still get the 6.6 or the 400 cube motor, but after this, you couldn't. 1980 brought in the turbo Trans Am. 4-speed manual. Yes, and it's not going to sell because you can bet that that's going to take more money for that car.
Well, let's take a drone ride above the canal, headed toward downtown Indy. That's a terrific view of the city, the capital city of the state of Indiana, and we are back with our live coverage here on ESPN Plus with a 93 Corvette, Bill, that is bidding at $11,000, one of 150 plus cars here today, selling at no reserve.
Well, if that isn't the official color of the Scott Hoke Hot Rod Association, it's got to be pretty close.
Yeah, it is.
That's dead on, huh? Target top, there you see it. That's that black thing on the top of the car. That comes off. And it's got that second year for that generation's LT1, the 350 cubic inch 300 horsepower engine with an automatic. And wow, 10.5. I would gladly spend that much to own that Corvette.
Here's a 2010 Maserati Gran Turismo S now.
When new, an expensive car. For a while they had Ferrari Power. Then they got their own in-house engine program. But the Gran Turismo S, that is a high-end GT automobile all the way. 433 horse with an automatic. It's got nav leather heated seats, dual zone climate control, and this is a car that, like so many of these high-end European luxury cars of this vintage, 15 years old, become very affordable. Selling at no reserve, and this will sell for below $30,000, I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, how about that? 26. No reserve. And what a car that is.
For a Maserati with under 30,000 miles.
Well, here is a 2011 Camaro 2SS convertible for us to gaze upon and dig into.
Yeah, this was one of those hot engines, the LS3, 426 horsepower V8 with an automatic transmission. Black paint. And there you see the engine room right there. Pretty clean. Black paint with bright work for the wheels, interior, with plenty of extras. Power windows, door locks, mirrors, and seat tilt steering column, cruise control. That was leather, by the way. Comfortable, soft leather hides on the seats, the door panels. And this one is going to sell at a bargain price.
We got 15, right? 16. Do I have 15?
Nice to see the top down.
Mm-hmm.
No, Jake. Oh, 13, 14, 15. Anybody else? 14, bid. You want to get 15? So,
one thing Jimmy Landis didn't mention when he was our guest last hour was that sometimes you're a traffic cop. You got to keep all the bids in order and make sure everybody's in the right spot.
I don't know how he does it.
But he does, and that Camaro just sold here at Mecum Indy.
Wow. Chump change for that car.
All right, let's check in again with Chris Jacobs hanging out. Boy, good place to hang, too, the 303 staging lane. Right, Chris Jacobs?
Oh, you know I love it, Scott, and this is a great one right here. HD, highly desirable, 1969 Camaro RS Z28. Oh, my goodness. Now, what was the Z28? Well, powered by that 302 V8. Now, the sticker says 290 horsepower, but let's be real. That's woefully underrated. Probably closer to 400 horsepower coming out of that bad boy. Made it to a 4-speed manual transmission, done up in Hugger orange with black rally stripes, black interior. It's got the center console with the gauges. Now, the appearance package of the RS included those hideaway headlights, some extra chrome, and also these RS-specific tail lights. And this one is done beautifully. Rotisserie restoration, not a flaw anywhere on this car. Period correct, Goodyear, wide tread GTs wrapped around those rally wheels. Man, this thing has been getting a lot of attention because it is, once again, flawlessly restored. It's going to be going across the block just a little bit later today.
Let's talk wheels, shall we?
Okay.
That was the only Camaro that you get in 69 that had 15-inch wheels. You're talking about the diameters before. Everybody else had 14. That had a rosewood steering wheel, too, I believe. Very tasty option. Yeah.
Nice.
This will have people flocking to the block when it rolls
up. You are
up.
correct, Bill, and there it is, that rosewood steering wheel. Just, I mean, everything about this car is perfect.
Oh, you said it.
All right, CJ, thank you very much. Over in that 303 staging lane, I think 7 or 8 or 9 lanes wide here in Indianapolis, perhaps. Next on the block, boy, this is classic Dale Earnhardt Jr. livery. It's a 2004 Dodge Intrepid race car. It is a rolling display car, doesn't have an engine, but it certainly has the look, Bill.
Yeah, it's got everything else except the drivetrain in it. You can see that it's got all the safety equipment. It's got the roll cage, the racing instruments, and yeah, you could easily put a powertrain in that and go vintage racing. That certainly would qualify. Yeah, what you're hearing is not the car you're looking at on the pad. You know, the one without the engine.
The one without the engine.
Yeah, it's this one right now.
Which is a 1990 Lumina. And it's selling at no reserve. I think the other one without an engine sold for what, 8,000?
Yes. Well, let me tell you what's special about this particular car. It was driven by Derek Coupe. It is not the car that he drove in the 1990 Daytona 500. He won the 1990 Daytona 500 in a car very much like this. Probably one of the most memorable Daytona 500 finishes in history, because a fella by the name of Dale Earnhardt Sr. was leading that race, had never won the Daytona 500 at that point. And on the very last lap, with Derek Coupe in second, Dale Earnhardt had a tire go down and failed to win the race. So he was beaten by Derek Coupe.
Yep.
You know what's interesting about that, Bill? If you're going to be a one-hit wonder, which Derek Coupe was,
yes, right.
I say that with nothing but love and reverence for Derek Coupe, but that was his one and only Cup Series win.
Yep, I remember that. He faded into obscurity not long after that, but what a way to go out, huh?
True. Very well said. All right, let's cover one more car while we have a chance. And how about following up a Cup car with a 68 Fiat 600D?
I don't think Dale Earnhardt ever drove one of these, to be honest with you. But micro cars, there's a market for these, and there are many different manufacturers that specialize in these downsized cars, and this one sells for a downsized price, $11,000.
Indeed. Beautiful little car. You don't see them often, but you do hear at Mecum from time to time. Back with more in a moment.
We are back at Dana Mecum's original Spring Classic, the 38th edition here in Indianapolis, and we're going drag racing with this 2013 Ford Mustang Cobra Jet. This was the car that Ford reintroduced to the drag racing world following the 1968 debut of the Mustang 428 race car. This is one of 3 naturally aspirated Cobra Jets of the 50 that were built in 2013, and one of only 2 black editions of these cars. 2013, by the way, I remember this, Ford built naturally aspirated Mustang Cobra Jets for drag racing only that one year, and this is number 17 of them. 5-liter V8, estimated horsepower about 393, and not street legal. Take them to the drag strip and have a ball, but that's as far as you can go.
All right, $60,000 for that one, and let's do a match race,
yeah.
Bill, with that car and the one right behind it, a Coupe Camaro from 2014.
1 year later, this is when factory drag racing got really big again. Let me tell you, because
yes,
Chevy and Ford and Dodge were all in the hunt. Now, this is a Coupe Camaro from 2014. It's got the 427, the new generation 427, and it ups the horsepower on that Mustang by a bit, 430 out of the LS7. And all the Go Fast parts that were factory installed for somebody who just wanted to buy a car, didn't really have to do very much in the way of modifications, and go to the drag strip. You're talking about a car that's going to go 10 seconds and a quarter mile.
I think that one got to 60 grand as well.
Yeah, yeah. This one looks like hardly anybody's put their hands on it. That's fabulous.
All right, let us tone it down just a little bit. 2011 Camaro Pace Car Edition from the Indy 500 in 2011.
Yep, well, Mr. Hoke, you certainly are quite the historian when it comes to the Indianapolis 500, and you probably remember all of the different Camaro pace cars through the years.
There were a lot of them. The
Yep.
first one in 1967 and 69, those are the 2 most memorable if you go back in the history books.
Yes.
And this one in 2011, celebrating not the 100th running, but the 100th anniversary of that first race back in 1911.
Yeah, the 2009 edition was a celebration of the reintroduction of the Camaro. It had been dormant for almost 10 years, and when it came back, immediately it was given the honor of pacing the Indy 500. 6.2-liter V8 with a 6-speed manual transmission, one of 156 pace car editions with the 6-speed manual.
And I think it gabbled for 45,000. And we're quickly onto a 64 Chevelle. Bit of a traffic jam here on the auction block for a minute. $24,000. The bid goes on this 64 Chevelle.
Yeah, very simple modification, 305 V8 with an automatic. Good paint, good top, good wheels.
All right, here is a 2015 Toyota Tundra. This is a platinum pickup. Boy, this looks like an armored vehicle from any angle, Bill.
Oh, be afraid, be very afraid. The frame has been extended by 1 foot and boxed to accommodate a 6.5-foot bed. That took some forethought. 5.7-liter V8 with an automatic transmission and lots of heavy-duty hard case hardware underneath. Bilstein shocks, Firestone airbags, has an onboard compressor. The BRP exhaust has an X pipe. And rugged is the name of thy Toyota. 10 years old, but you never know it, of course. You know, it's been highly gone over, so there's nothing really OEM about it the way it sits right now.
Not a bit. Maybe the ignition key.
Yeah, maybe that'd be it. Yeah. Heavy hitter.
Reserve is off at 18K.
You guys were 18, and the reserve is off.
That lining, that paint, or whatever you want to call it, is actually paint-based coating from Scorpion. Right. And it covers every square inch that is not glass.
Don't have to worry about door dings. That will repel anything except a cruise missile.
And it sells for $18,000. Well, we have in excess of 230 Corvettes here at this Indianapolis auction, and here is one of them, and a very nice one indeed, from 1960.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe Chris gave us a little preview of this Corvette earlier today. 283, that is the 315 horsepower fuel-injected 283. Had a couple of different choices on those. Previously part of the Bloomington Gold Special Collection, which, you know, brings together some of the more exceptional Corvettes from a particular era. It was on the cover of the 1985 Bloomington Gold program, which honored the 25th anniversary of the Corvette, the full-injected Corvette, highly original condition, as you can imagine, being in that special collection. Close ratio 4-speed manual with 411 positive traction. Classic drivetrain.
Interesting that in 1960, Ermine White, that was by far the most popular exterior color choice on your Corvette.
Correct.
And $77,000 buys that 1960 Vet. Beautiful. Well, let's jump ahead. Actually, jump ahead in the lineup, but jump back 1 year to a 1959 Corvette convertible.
That's a factory color, classic cream, believe it or not. 223 of these 59 Vets were painted in that color. It's been totally restored, in contrast to the earlier Corvette we just saw that is highly original. They powder coated the frame. Done a lot of work underneath it you can't see to bring it all the way back. 283's been rebuilt. Has that 4-speed manual transmission. And the Wonder Bar radio. That's that signal-seeking radio that GM cars had back then. Push the little bar on the radio and the little indicator goes back and forth till it can find the signal.
All right, so the high bid on this Corvette, $70,000 from the Spring Classic in Indy. Here's a pro tip for keeping your car looking its absolute best. Stock up on all the 303 products that you can. There you see one of the gals on our 303 team bringing that 57 Bel Air back to life and giving it a little bit of extra shine. 303mecum.com, and our man Aaron Kelly there with the camera work showing off that Bel Air. Right now a little bit deeper in that 303 staging lane. Chris Jacobs standing by.
Yes, sir, Scott. Now, if you're a fan of taking your entire living room set out for a drive and spending hours circling the parking lot looking for a space large enough to incorporate its prodigious square footage, perhaps this car is for you. 1975 Cadillac Eldorado convertible, done up in white with its original blue interior, which we'll get to in a second. But let me just see if I can manage to open this hood, which weighs like 200 pounds. Yep, that's a 500 V8 under there powering this car. A lot of mass, takes a lot of power. But again, something so cool, you know, this is just a cruiser extraordinaire. Look at this interior. That's the original blue leather interior. And look at the details on this molded plastic on the door with the Cadillac logo right there. And this flip handle working like a charm. Power everything, of course. Now, the Cadillac Motor Company was established in 1902 from the remnants of the original Henry Ford Company, and it was named for Antoine Sieur de Cadillac, who is the man who founded Detroit in 1701, and that is his coat of arms right there. A little bit of automotive trivia for you. You probably knew that, huh, Bill?
I did. In fact, I went to school with him.
Aha.
Kidding.
I think we kind of gathered that.
I would hope.
Thank you, CJ. And here is that Bel Air, in fact, that we were just showing you with the 303 treatment. It came to the block and is going to be leaving at $57,000. Pretty stock and true to form looking 57 Bel Air right there.
Scott, take a close look at that car.
Yeah.
Unrestored.
No, it's not.
I wouldn't lie to you.
Get out of here.
No, when have I ever lied to you?
Oh, well.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's a different show.
Why did I ask you that?
Right. Seriously, unrestored.
Yeah.
My goodness, that is amazing. That is spectacular. Wow. Okay. Going to take more than 57 grand, as we mentioned. How about this? I am so intrigued by this car, a 1950 Mercury that escaped the lead sled craze from back in the day, right?
Oh, Gene Winfield never got within 10 feet of this car. We know what would have happened. Yeah, one of 8,341 of this particular model Mercury convertible was built in 1950. And you remember back in 1949, Ford came out with their new slab side design, and Mercury wanted to keep pace, and so they also thoroughly revised the styling of their cars in 1949. Away went the running boards, and in came the fat fenders. And that's called Murata Yellow, by the way, with a tan convertible top. That is delish.
Pretty car. Yeah. 37,000 though. It's going to be the high bid. Here's a Fuley Corvette, 1960. Another white Silver Cove car.
Yeah, 1960. Now we're talking about a fuel-injected power plant that came in 1957, and by 1960, more power. You had both solid lifter and hydraulic lifter versions. There you see a good look at that Rochester fuel injection on the small block. This one also is the ermine white, as you mentioned, Scott, with the removable hard top. 4-speed manual, by the way.
Hey, Bill.
Yes.
Unrestored car.
Yeah, that I knew, but
Oh, you did?
I'll fake some shock. Oh, go on, Scott. No, you're right, and look at the condition of that car. Now there's more patina and more evidence that this is an unrestored car, but not a whole lot.
Right.
Nope. And this one will not quite hit the money.
I like the silver interior to go along with the silver coves on that ermine white car. Maybe that's silver blue. Not sure, but it certainly works.
Pretty unusual, actually. You're right.
All right, a 2004 triple black Corvette convertible now.
The 2004 Corvette was in the waning days of the C5 generation. And here we go, Scott. How about the black with the bright work wheels?
I like it.
It's just so striking, I think. 350 horse, 5.7 liter V8 with an automatic transmission, the 4-speed overdrive automatic, black everywhere. Bose sound system, 12-disc CD changer, part of that sound system as well. Head-up display, power telescoping steering column. Wow, good selection of options on this car. Keyless entry, power windows and locks. That's full boat, and it sells.
That's a pretty good deal, too, 20 grand.
I agree.
I like it. All right, we are going to take a break for a brief moment or two. Hope you'll come back with us as we roll on from Indy on ESPN+. Well, if you take a close look at this 78 C10 Suburban, you see the wheel and tire package. That might be a little bit of a tip of the cap to what else is happening here, Bill.
Not very much factory original parts and pieces left on this 78 Suburban, Scott. Yeah. Rebuilt 305 for the power. Oh, aluminum and chrome. Many places around this truck, although the body dimensions have been kept pretty original. Great choice of paint, Mariner blue metallic, and a blue plaid interior. And they both just sing together, don't they? High-end sound, vintage air, lowered, nitro shocks, Flowmaster mufflers, all good stuff, and it sells. Whoa.
18.5.
Less than 20 grand.
Oh. Can't build it for that.
You will.
What we always say. That's very well bought.
I wouldn't even pay for the paint.
Well, we move on to a 2024 Mustang Dark Horse Premium Edition.
We were going to make a list at one point of all the special edition Mustangs that have come out since 1965. We never did that, but that would take a while.
We ran out of paper.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not kidding. This one's got the Gen 4 Coyote with 500 horsepower and a Tremec 6-speed. The MSRP on this, $91,245 all in. The color's blue ember. And that Dark Horse, again, one of those special edition Mustangs that automatically gives it some exclusivity.
Yeah, if Darth Vader drove a Mustang, this could be one of the options right here. And then one of the great features on it are those carbon fiber wheels. Just show up so well when you get up close to them. Very cool in front of those kind of dark blue Brembo calipers as well. Really cool looking. I love the logo on these Dark Horses.
If he were to buy that, he'd have to trade in your Grand National.
I wish I still had my Grand National.
I bet you do.
He bid 62, we hit it, and he never came back.
Oh, I got you. Never mind.
Reserve has not been lifted yet. The internet right now has the high mark at 65K.
60 pounds a bit. 67 pounds another night.
Going to have to do a little tweaking here to make this
you
work.
said the MSRP was about 90,
yeah,
right?
Over over 95. Yeah, this one's all puffed out. A lot of options.
Well, I don't think they're going to get to the reserve here.
No, everybody's stuck in their heels.
Yep, we'll let it get away at 65. And now to your 1961 Thunderbird convertible, Bill, that you previewed at the beginning of the show.
I like this car. It actually appeared, and I don't know which one, in a rock music video. But we don't know which one, but I would believe it. I could see a lot of the solid gold dancers there sitting inside there and looking like prom queens and all that stuff, but I digress. This is the Gen 3 Thunderbird, first year, 1961. The Bullet Birds, we call these. You saw the Hartano a la sports roadster, which this is not one of, but still looks terrific. 390 V8, the only engine you can get in a 61 Bird with an automatic transmission, the only transmission you could get. Red on the outside, red on the inside with a white convertible top that we do
now
not
22,
see.
asking 23.
And I would say
I know everyone likes it. Last call.
that is market correct money right now. I mean, it could go a little higher, but again, these Thunderbirds are,
no, now we got
in terms of their category of automobile,
Last
undervalued. In terms of their history, their appearance, everything they've meant to the Ford Motor Company, they still have not gotten into the high rent district.
Bill, you mentioned earlier in your preview that tilt-away steering wheel was an invention of the Thunderbird. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the first year for it. The other thing the first year for these, I don't know if we can see it, the floating rear view mirror. You can see it's attached to the windshield.
I was going to say that exact thing. I believe that's also an invention of the Thunderbird. Good catch there.
Yeah, Chrysler was putting them on the dashboard. GM putting them up on the header of the windshield, and we see it just glued to the windshield on this car.
Well, here is another premium Mustang, and I mean that in the truest sense of the word. 2024 Mustang GT Premium Edition convertible here.
Little 5-liter engine, but don't let that word little fool you. 480 horsepower with a 10-speed automatic. Shadow black, space gray leather interior. Other extras including, but not exclusive to, the 13.2-inch LCS center control screen. Boy, that sounds impressive. 9-speaker stereo, dual-zone electronic climate control, creature comforts abounding, has rear parking sensors, LED headlamps. I keep going. Power heated mirrors. Those are projection lamps you see on the car. Ambient lighting, center console. Did you ever own a Mustang, Chris?
I did. My very first cool car was a 64.5 Mustang convertible, a little 260 in it.
And
soon
how long
after,
did you have it?
So I had it for probably about 5 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You
so I
got some
drove it
use
for a while.
out of it.
I love the way that Mustang has thrown back to the Fox body platform with that 5.0 badge on the fender too. You got a lot of mileage out of that nostalgic badge.
The IT car for a while.
Well, $45,000, I think, was the number there. No, that's the bid on the current car, which is a 55 Bel Air.
Full custom. Sits a little lower, has more power. 350 crate motor with an automatic. Nice build. Let's see, those are aftermarket chrome rally wheels, and in the back, they're deep dish.
And a high bid of $47,000. It's going to bid goes on. Here's another Corvette, this one from 2002.
Yeah, we're just motoring here through the C5 generation with this car, the 350 horse LS1 with an overdrive, 4-speed automatic transmission, quick silver metallic. And again, like so many of the Corvettes that we have seen today, especially in the C5, C6 generation, lots of options. Not many strippers coming through. That's black leather interior, dual power seats, and dual zone climate control. Head-up display, memory package, power, everything. Windows, locks, mirrors, cruise control.
And somebody took the extra step to kind of tone down what probably were originally chrome wheels on that, don't you think, Bill?
Those are painted wheels. And chrome, we see pretty regularly. You're right, Chris. But no, these are a little less blingy.
19 pounds and out of 18.519. 18.5 to bed, 19 pounds and out of bed, all through, all down.
Now Corvette doesn't offer chrome wheels at all. They kind of buck tradition in that sense.
Well, I can live with that, but they don't offer a manual transmission anymore either.
That's true, too.
That's the one that really hurts.
Well, this one brings 18.5. That's doable.
Yep.
And another Chevelle 300 up on the block for us. This one has been breathed on just maybe a little more than the previous one we had a bit earlier.
This has been hyperventilated on this one. It's got a stroker. This is the first time we've seen a 383 stroker today. 4-speed. And let's see, 5-spoke wheels. Don't know what we got underneath in the back. Maybe a positive traction rear end with some stiff gears. Power disc brakes. Black everywhere, black outside, black inside, dark tinted glass. Not much in the way of exterior modifications, but plenty of power.
Yeah, other than that hood that had to be modified in order to fit all that power under there.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Last call. Negative 27 pounds.
Still working on it at 26,000. And that's your sale price.
Take a look here.
Going online with Katie manning the computers over there once again. Sometimes they can have 2, 3 internet bidders at the same time going back and forth.
It's too bad we couldn't project the computer screen up here so we could see people.
Oh, well, that'd be a cool idea, actually. Yeah. All right, 1981 now as the C3 generation is kind of getting ready to say goodbye.
Yeah, and the 1981 Corvette, you think the Corvette was born in 1953, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're going all the way to 2025. The 1981 Corvette. Are you listening, class? The only year Corvette where the only engine you could get was the base engine. There were no optional engines available. And that almost brings me to tears. But again, the whole mission statement of the Corvette was so different by 1981. Nobody was buying 1981 Corvette to go racing. It was all about cruising, being comfortable, having enough power to get out of your own way. Less than 200 horsepower, though, in that 350. So it was, changing times for the Corvette. But a few years into the C4 generation, 1990, we get the ZR1. By the C5 generation, the Z06 is back. So, the dark days didn't stay forever.
Didn't 1982 also have 0 engine options? I thought there were 2 years.
I think maybe it was the first year in 81, but I thought it was the only one in 81. Are you sneaking into the black book again?
I did, because I seem to remember that there were a couple years where you're right, there were no engine option available.
Technically, 1983, there were no engine options.
Well, that's true, too.
Right.
Yes.
The blind leading the blind here.
Here is a 2019 Silverado LTZ Z71 package.
Oh, much good stuff here. 5.3 liter V8 with 355 horsepower, 8-speed automatic, 4-wheel drive with an upgraded automatic mode. It's got the Z71 suspension and off-road package. Boy, whoever ordered this truck, they knew no limits. Leather interior and titanium, heated and cooled front seats, heated rear seats, infotainment system by MyLink, Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, and there's more. 22-inch wheels, all-terrain, 22-inch tires. And there's more.
Sunroof.
Console with wireless phone charger. Power, rear sliding windows, and all of that just sold for $32,000.
Terrific look there.
Yep.
Gotta love it. 1965 Chevy Malibu Super Sport here.
Well, there's no mystery about whether or not this is a real Super Sport. It's got the 138 VIN. However, you see underneath the engine, that is not original at all. It's got a 350 in there. Remember, the 350 was not available in Chevys until '67. They debuted in the Camaro, and the Corvette didn't get the 350 until '69. Aluminum heads. Automatic transmission. And those are 5-spoke American racing wheels. Torque thrust 2s. Not an expensive car. It's going to sell any minute, I'm sure.
Actually, Bill, these are billet specialties.
Oh, they're bullet specialties.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. Similar to the design of those torque thrust wheels from a distance.
Yeah.
You know, you could mistake them.
Well, the Malibu from '65 just gabbled for $40,000.
Oh, I
there you
see.
see a good look at those wheels.
Yeah, tapered spokes. That's a dead giveaway. I stand corrected.
You're actually sick, correct?
Hey, let's check in with Steve Matchett hanging out in the 303 staging lane. I cannot wait, brother Steve, to see what you have uncovered for us.
Wow, you can see the excitement around here. We're just about to move this car, but I want to take 1 minute to show you this car. I'm instantly drawn to it, guys. You know my background is in Formula One. The color scheme of this car, the yellow and the green, attracts me instantly because it reminds me of the 1992 Benetton I worked on, driven by Martin Brundle. This car is a Will Power car, one of two from his rookie year in 2006, but I'm absolutely fascinated by it, by the design of it, by the suspension, using steel suspension and the brackets for the suspension bolted on the outside. In Formula One, we moved away from these pretty quickly because the aerodynamicists didn't want this, and particularly the nut and the bolt, sitting in the airflow for drag reasons. So we moved that inside and then eventually went to steel suspension and then to carbon suspension completely. Fully adjustable track rods, fully adjustable everything on the car, on the turnbuckles. Here's where we adjust the ride height on the car. But an absolutely beautiful example of what Lola, British-built car, Lola were doing. And again, just like my Benetton back in '92, sponsored by Ford Cosworth powered. Will Power, well, guys, as you well know, still driving today and still doing well, I understand, in practice this very afternoon down at Indy.
Do you know that Will Power is my friend?
Yes.
Because I covered Champ Car, and his name is William Stephen Power, and I'm William Stevens. And we used to tell people we were brothers. And I had a crush on his wife, Elizabeth, but that's another story altogether.
Yes. Now to the '69 RS Z28. Chris, you previewed this for us, didn't you? And look at the money that this is bringing. Well chosen.
Chris picked a winner. Whoa, baby.
Yeah, incredible restoration on this car. I mean, really just perfectly done all the way around in a true blue Z28 RS 69 Camaro. Highly desirable.
Oh, man. Original sheet metal. They've documented that in a photo album during the restoration. That's just one of the extra steps that was taken to just verify how original this Z28 is. Got the original protector plate and the warranty book. Original receipt for the deposit on the car.
77.3 something. That's what you would get from your reserve. Good?
Reserve is off. 81, 2. There's the win. 3. Which one you take? 82, 83. Look out the road.
All right. The reserve is off.
83. Not get a bit of a 3. Not get a bit of a 3. Not get a bit into 4. Pound forward. 84. 84. Not get a bit of a 3. Not get a bit of 4. 84. Not get a bit of 3 to bit. Get a bit of 5. Now 85. 85 here. Not get a bit of 5. 84. Not get a bit of 5. 84. Not get a bit of 5. 85 here. Not get a bit of 5.
Nice to see the black rally stripes over the hugger orange with the black interior, kind of non-traditional maybe is the word for it in these 69 Camaros. You see a lot of the houndstooth interiors with the white stripes. So cool, really a lot more subtle with this combo.
Well, one deviation from originality, which I don't think I mentioned, they've added vintage air to this car. Now, I'm not one for modifying an original car, but I would go along with that because vintage air, you don't have to chop the car up to install it.
By the way, as we move on from that Camaro to this 81 custom pickup, we all mentioned Will Power. He topped the speed chart today, second day of practice for the 500, 227.026. They had a rain delay this morning and then cut short the afternoon practice by about 30 minutes. So Will Power coming through for us today.
He'll make the boss happy, won't he?
Yes, absolutely.
Say rain delay is a little bit of a misnomer. Did you see how hard it was raining outside?
Yes.
It's like monsoon delay.
It's a hurricane delay.
Right. Okay, no reserve on this C10 Custom.
Yeah, familiar formula. Custom wheels, a change of power plant, very tasteful changes made to it with some extras added, and it sells.
$16,000. We will take a timeout here, and when we come back, a very special guest going to join us in the booth. Stick around for that. Welcome back to our first day of coverage of Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic here in Indianapolis at the State Fairgrounds. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Steve Matchett, and as we promised, a very special guest with us in the booth. We're going to look right up there to camera one. Say hello to Joey Logano, the defending NASCAR Cup Series champion, three-time champion, who is joining us here today. Are you here just looking, or are you shopping, or a little bit of both?
Well, here's the deal. I had to go to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The Indy 500's getting ready to go there. I saw my teammates there, and I happened to notice, just right down the road's the Mecum auction.
Absolutely.
And it'd be rude if I didn't show up, is what I thought. So I
polite young man.
I didn't have plans to buy anything here today, but you know how that happens.
Sure.
You're in here and you look around, there ends up being some cool stuff. But I had a couple hours to kill, and so I figured I'd come by here, say hello, check out some cool cars. If nothing else, if you don't even buy something, it's a really cool car show.
Yes.
If nothing else, you get to see everything, and you get to see them go by and people driving them. It's a fun experience. I like it.
I'm glad you said that, because I tell everybody it's the best car show you'll ever go to, and you'll probably see something that you never saw before in person, and maybe something that you didn't even know existed.
Oh, 100%. There's always something weird, And that's the stuff I like, that unique stuff that you've never seen before. That's like the stuff that I like anyways, is I want to drive something that no one else has. And I saw a tank earlier. That was cool. You're not going to find one of those
very
every
few
day.
people have those.
Not a lot of auctions can brag about that.
No.
Hey, so I asked you before, what kind of car do you drive every day?
I wouldn't mind driving this Mustang right here.
Well,
that don't look
who
too
wouldn't?
bad to me.
Yeah.
So I'm a Ford guy, obviously.
Do you have any muscle cars or anything?
So I got a 71 Mustang, and it's all done up. It's got a supercharged Coyote in it, so it's a ripper.
Right.
Yeah, that's a fun car. But my favorite car is I have a 24 Model T, and that's my favorite car to drive. Just because it's box stock. There's nothing special about it, but I just like seeing where cars have come from.
Wow.
It's 100 years old now plus, and it's fun just to see everything. Plus, there's like an extra cool factor when you take your wife out on a date and you hand crank the engine.
Oh,
and no one else knows how to do it. It's cool. You never have to take the keys out of it. No one's gonna steal it.
How many more payments have you got on it, by the way?
Hey, here's a 75 Cadillac Eldorado. I think we got a preview on this car from somebody a little bit earlier. I
think it was Mr. Jacobs.
Not a lot of money here, mid-teens on this one.
Yeah, and the Cadillac Eldorado convertible was in its waning days. 1976 was the last year to get a convertible in an Eldorado. Of course, they brought convertibles back later, and people who bought the 1976 thinking they were going to have that footnote in history by having it, well, that kind of went by the boards. But a lot of power, the 500 cubic inch big V8 in this caddy with every single power option you could possibly imagine. Love to see the top down on this. The interiors are commodious and well appointed, but the condition of this car, it certainly speaks to its mileage, 39,000 miles. And it's not going to be an expensive automobile. We see these classic caddies come across, and unless they have really super low mileage, they're very affordable.
Original interior, original hubcaps on this 75, and maybe one of the best parts about it, you are not going to lose in a fender bender. You will win.
Very true.
Every confrontation.
or if there's a jump ball for a parking spot, I think you're probably going to win that one too.
Indeed.
A land yacht, as they call those.
Yeah, that's
big,
right.
Big car.
Yes.
Really big car.
Exactly. Well, this is the car that Steve Matchett was drawn to for a number of reasons. This is Will Power's Lola from 2006, one of his Rookie of the Year cars. And I've got to ask you, Joey, I mean, you spend enough time at the Speedway and around Indy cars. Do you ever get kind of the back of your head desire to jump in one of these Indy cars and lap the 500 or an IndyCar road course?
Well, you do. I mean, as any race car driver, when you go to the racetrack and you see cars on the racetrack, you're like, hey, I want to drive. You know, I want to let me give it a shot and see what I can do. And when I was out there earlier today, I was kind of like, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind trying it. And I wonder, as you said, this is Will Power's car.
Yep.
I mean, I wonder if he even knows his car is for sale today. I wish I knew this. I would have told him when I seen him. And maybe he would have wanted to buy this one back.
I don't know. I'm guessing he might not have known that it was going to be here.
That was a great time for him, by the way. I was covering Champ Car at the time, the Derek Walker operation. And, of course, Simon Pagenaud was his teammate back then, and they were a pretty powerful 1-2 punch.
It looks like it went pretty cheap.
20 grand
for
for it.
20 grand, Will would have liked to take that one around the track one more time.
Yep. Right. Hey, Kyle Larson hopped in an Indy car, and he seems to be getting comfortable. Maybe he was comfortable right off the bat.
Well, that's Kyle Larson ways of doing things. I always say he's a freak of nature. There's not many people that can jump from one type of car to another that quickly and jump right in and do it. Like everybody, when you do something for so long, you get a specialty, right? No matter what it is, right? If it's driving a certain type of car, if it's learning about a certain kind of car, like we're seeing here today, going over to Block, and you become a really good restoration guy on building that type of car, whatever it may be, you get like specialized and you get really good at it. But when you get out of that zone, you're like a fish out of water, right? Different. You're trying to learn all this stuff so quickly, but he's just jumping in different cars all the time. He's so versatile as a race car driver. He can just jump in. It's fun to watch it. You know, it's aggravating to race against him, but it's fun, it's fun to watch him race.
How about Tony Stewart, IndyCar champion, NASCAR champion, drag racing now.
Yeah,
and he's won some races.
Yeah,
at Top Fuel.
It's pretty cool to see that. You know, I mean, hey, racers are racers. You know, and car people are car people. They love just driving things. And for Tony, hey, he made a pretty big change into some really fast track cars.
And wins.
Makes it happen.
So have you had your eye on anything here? Are you snooping around anything?
I have. I'm telling you, I got here about 20 minutes ago, and I made a quick little lap there. I didn't see anything that caught my eye that much. Not enough to like go register for a bidder real quick. I've done that before.
We can make that happen if you need.
We'll co-sign for you if we have to.
Right. We'll co-sign for you. $54,000 for that Camaro, by the way, that had a lot of work done in the engine room.
Loaded. Yep.
I don't know if you caught that at home, but it was it's ready to rock and roll. Hey, I got to ask you, Joey, while you're here, All-Star race coming up in North Wilkesboro. You've had some pretty good success at that track. I think the defending champion in that race. But tell me about racing at that historic track and NASCAR being back there.
I think that's what the fans love about it. You know, the North Wilkesboro was an incredible facility, and unfortunately it shut down, and it sat just still for years. They cleaned it up, did a real tasteful job in the restoration of it to keep that old school vibe, you know, that moonshiner NASCAR roots vibe when you go up there. And then, we race up there for the All-Star race. And what I love about NASCAR compared to other sports, I'm going to toot NASCAR's horn here for a second. Other sports, like the All-Star events, very relaxed. Everyone's just having fun. Ours is not like that because they put $1 million on the line to win, right? Like they put it all on the line. So I don't know about you guys, but when you put $1 million carrot out in front of you, you're willing to do some things to go grab it.
Money changes everything, doesn't it?
At that point, it almost doesn't matter that it's not a points race, right?
I don't care. I mean, you bring the same level of intensity, and the cool part is because there's no points, you have nothing to lose, right? It's not like you're going to say, if you finish 15th, you're like, did I lose a bunch of points? So you're going to take the big chance to win the race knowing that you might finish last if it doesn't work. You're going to go for that.
You've won everywhere, but What do you like the most? Super speedways, short tracks like Bristol, or road courses, or what's your preference?
I'm a short track guy.
You do like
total
that.
short track guy. That's just what it's what I grew up doing.
Yeah,
right? And that's like my favorite parts of
bumping
of
and
racing.
banging.
Yeah,
and,
that's what I love about NASCAR is that you have that bumping and banging. Rebens racing, right? We've all learned that.
Oh
so.
yeah. Well, we all know, as you see this, another AMG
G-Wagon,
Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon or G-Wagon, whatever you want to call it. Everybody here in Indianapolis knows about the captain, Roger Penske. What is it like from a driver's standpoint to drive for such a legendary guy, a racer, an owner, team owner, the whole bit?
I mean, Roger Penske is the ultimate guy you want to drive for because he does everything at the highest level, all the way through, no matter what it is. Yeah, he just got done doing the museum over there in Indianapolis.
Oh,
if you get a second to go through there while you're here, it is incredible. It's just done to the nicest you can ever imagine. So it's and it's Roger's way. You're going to win if you're with him. You're going to win. But, boy, I like this Mustang, guys. I have a 91 Fox body at home.
Oh, really?
And, of course,
Yeah,
it has
that.
It has a blower on it,
yeah,
too.
You went nuts on it. Yeah, we know.
Absolutely. But I'm a big fan of the Fox body. I think it's cool.
Well, and they're affordable, that's for sure. This one didn't sell at $7,000, but that could be a sub $10,000 Mustang after all is said and done.
Well, here's what you need. There have been several Mustangs that have been through here since you've been with us in the booth. And here's a Shelby GT8 from '06.
With a Whipple supercharger, Joey. What do you think?
That did it right there. As soon as you said supercharger, I'm like, yeah. I mean, I'll give it a run. Why not?
We got them at supercharger, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, you got to wonder what kind of power it makes, and you know that the rear tires. That'd be the first thing I'd look for if I was buying this car. So, what's the rear tires look like?
Any tread left?
Because I know a lot of times before I turn a car back in, it's one last good burnout, you know?
Oh, long, smoky burnout.
A good farewell burnout.
This one's got 475 horsepower. I don't know if that's Joey Logano approved, but we've had some 600 and 700 horsepower Mustangs come through as well.
That's kind of the area you need to stay around.
That's where you like to stay.
Yeah, above 6 is a good place to be.
Well, I'll tell you, you sit here long enough, you're going to see one before long.
29 is the current bid.
So you would be a teammate of Will Power?
Yes. Yep.
With the IndyCar team.
Will,
okay.
you brought up Simon Pagenaud earlier. Saw him out there at the racetrack as well. He used to drive for Penske as well.
Sure.
So it's neat that with Penske you have the NASCAR side, you have the IndyCar side, and we cross over a lot. We have a lot of the same sponsors, right? Whether it's Shell or many others, Verizon, a lot of other ones that we all cross over, so we see each other a lot.
Yeah.
And it's fun to talk about just the differences from an Indy car to a stock car because they're polar opposite, right? Like one has a ton of grip and one is, a heavy stock car. Right?
And I have a feeling they haven't been in a NASCAR automobile.
No, so we all ask the same questions. Like we're like trying to figure out the racecraft, what you look for in your car, what the feelings are like, and. Now you brought it up. Kyle Larson's doing the double, going back and forth from the All-Star race to the Indy 500 or the Coke 600 as well. So it's fun to hear his perspective because he's actually doing both.
Right.
And
I love Simon Pagenaud. I used to talk to him a lot. I used to ask him if he'd help me meet hot women, but the conversation never really went very far.
Yeah. He had that accent. That accent helps him.
Give me that accent.
Man.
No, Bill, I'm not going to help you with that.
Goodbye to you.
Massachusetts accent doesn't do it, huh?
No, it doesn't work.
Here is something that's a little bit off the beaten path. Terrific color combination, but a beautiful 64 Corvette convertible. Love this.
Yeah, the Corvette. Believe it or not, the Corvette ran from 1960 to 1969. A lot of people don't think that. They think it was much more short-lived because of the checkered past, thanks to people like George Nader and how the reputation of the car suffered. But they were not the death traps that Mr. Nader made them out to be. This is not the turbo car. That you get a turbo in these at one point. But the other ones, the non-turbo cars, were all multiple carbureted engines with single-barrel carburetors. This one with an automatic transmission. Of course, 4 speeds were available too. And the whole idea of the Corvair when it debuted in 1960 was to be a poor man's Corvette, but it actually gained a pretty big following without having that kind of reputation.
And the original Yanko racers, right? Didn't Don
the Yanko
Yanko
Stinger.
customize
yes,
these?
Sir.
All right, one more car in this segment. It's going to be an 87 Buick Grand National selling at no reserve.
Let's hand this over to Chris, a former owner of a Grand National.
I wish I still was an owner. I rue the day that I ever sold my Grand National, especially in light of the market that has just skyrocketed since I sold mine. You're just not seeing them for less than $25,000, $30,000. As testament right now, this one's at 35, and GNX is even more skyrocketing. I mean, you're well into the six figures on the GNXs, but this is a very clean example, and I'm actually a little bit surprised that the bidding is this low right now.
Yeah, you know, and it's not a high mileage car either, but you're right. This 235 horsepower and the quickest domestic car that you could buy in 1987. 87 was the year for these for a lot of people. And you're right. I think we're a little under the market right now, but at no reserve, it is going to sell.
It's just cool, right? I mean, those cars they're just cool looking.
I know.
You know, especially in black. Right? I mean, it's just, that is mean.
And how do you like Scott and I having this for a job? Do we have
you guys got a cool job.
We do.
You got a great job. You get to go around, look at cool cars.
Yep.
You got to, I mean, it's a lot of homework, though. I see you have a lot of papers out here.
Well,
you got to know a little bit of something about every single car that comes across the block. So you guys got to do a lot of homework.
All right, so now it's creeping up. It's up to asking 40. So now we're getting into the kind of acceptable range of where the GN market is today. But again, 15 years ago, these things were at most half that.
Danielle Trotta, what you got?
Well, I was thinking, Scott, don't get too comfortable because Joey's being humble, but aside from being a good race car driver, he's actually a great broadcaster, too. He's been calling a lot of NASCAR races the last few years, so maybe Mecum could be in his future down the road once he retired.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Joey. Nice
Twist
to see you.
my arm over here. You know, I'd hate to.
Bye-bye, pal.
I'd hate to have to do that. I got a few more years of racing. You guys are fine.
You definitely do, buddy
I could
boy.
definitely see this being a really fun job. It's weird as an athlete and a race car driver, like you have like your career and then you end at a fairly young age. And you're like, what do you do the rest of your life?
Yeah.
You know, it's gonna like
Yes,
there's
indeed.
round two of your life you gotta kind of figure out. So.
Well, you know, we all here in Indianapolis, I mean, I used to work for the Indiana Pacers back when Reggie Miller was playing, and Reggie has done that, gone on to be a very successful broadcaster. So you never know. But we need to let you go here. Thanks so much for joining us, Joey. Good luck this weekend in the All-Star race.
You're a stud,
And
I tell ya.
we'll see you soon,
Thank you.
man. All right. We'll be back with more from Indy and the Spring Classic in a moment.
Well, Stephen, no trip to the Apex Collection would be complete without seeing a fabulously restored 427 Cobra. And this one right here, where do we begin? First of all, it's been restored, but the originality of the car, that's what really kooks me out. Original engine, original 2 4-barrel carburetor setup, original transmission, original rear end, original body work, original seats in the interior, and the restoration and the presentation of the car is beyond description, isn't it?
You've already touched on there, Bill, all the original componentry on the car. But in terms of restoration, it's what do you do with those components to move the car from here to here? Case in point, the core of the radiator. It left the factory with bare copper. That's what makes the difference.
Oh man, how about the knockoffs on these Sunburst wheels? They have a gold tint to them. That's because when these cars left the factory, those knockoffs had a zinc dichromate finish, and a lot of restorers don't even go that far. They did here with this 427 Cobra.
It is an absolutely stunning car, stunning history with great originality and a phenomenal restoration. What more can you ask for?
That 427 Cobra, part of the Apex collection here in Indianapolis, a group of 51 cars. And there it is, kind of in the middle right-hand side of your screen. And Bill Stevens, we had a 427 Cobra from 1966 sell for over $2 million last year. That car, however, that's coming up this weekend might surpass it just because of the originality and then some that you and Steve were talking about.
It's such a rare combination to have that much originality on a restored car. A lot of times during the restoration, original things get replaced. They can't be saved. Not the case with that one, yes.
We move on and come back to the live action here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds Coliseum with a 1970 Chevelle Super Sport 396 big block under the hood. The reserve is off at $60K.
This is not the big Mazunga. It's not the 454. It's the 396, the 350 horse 396. Muncie M21, close ratio 4-speed, built about 60 miles from here in Muncie, Indiana. The rear end has 323 gears, and I mentioned before how even the high-performance Chevelles in 1970 had 14-inch wheels. This one has 14-inch Super Sport wheels.
Bumped up to 66,000.
68,000. Did you want internet? Your turn. Did you want the bed? Now wait. Did you want to give 68,000 internet? 67, 68,000. Yes or no? 68,000. Did you want the bed? 7 here. 8,000 to the bed. Last column. 7 away. No 68.
Boy, that's a classic color scheme right there. Black with the rally stripes, white interior.
69,000. 69. I'll give you time, Norm. 69,000. 69. Did you want the bed?
Cowl induction hood. That debuted on the Camaro back in 1969. Found its way to the high-performance Chevelles.
Give me 69.5, split the difference. 69.5.
Give 70,000. 8 here. Give 70,000 to the bid. Last call. 70,000 to the bid. Did you want to give 70?
Well, I think 68 is where we're going to end up here, and that is indeed the case.
Reserve is off.
Yes.
Oh, you thought that it was not gonna. Where's Joey Logano? Joey?
Now 68. That's
no, you were right.
It was good.
Yeah,
good. Reserve came off, and I think everybody's happy.
I would be too.
So let's move on to a 1957 BMW Isetta 300.
Well, there are mini cars and there are micro cars. And this one probably falls into the micro car category, the Isetta 300. You know, and the old Price is Right. I'm going back now. Do you know that this would be the big prize at the end of the show? The biggest prize, the biggest thing to bid on was at the end of the show. And I said a 300 would be like, whoa, wow, it's a car. But, times have changed now. I mean, you wouldn't even blink twice to see one of these.
Little Isetta trivia, do you know why they all have sunroofs?
Safety hatch.
If you were involved in an accident and couldn't open the front, you had to be able to get out somehow.
Exactly. I think the high bid on this, it did not sell, but I believe it was $20,000.
Can you imagine what they're trading for when 20,000 won't buy one of these? Yeah,
absolutely. Okay, buckle your seats, guys. 1961 Bel Air bubble top. And I'll let you explain some of the rest of it, Bill.
Well, this looks like a SEMA car. This would be in a battle of the builders. Just fabulous custom modifications on this. LSV8 with an automatic, but that paint is PPG base coat, clear coat that's been lovingly applied with a aqua and gray interior and lots of changes underneath. Air ride suspension, custom exhaust, Willwood 4-wheel disc brakes at all 4 corners, and 20-inch Foose wheels. And the resulting product is just breathtaking.
LS Power, modern LS Power, and you might have also caught that it had 1959 Cadillac taillights.
Yeah, the bullet taillights
in there as well. Here is a 79 K10 pickup truck.
Yeah, this one might win our altitude award for the day. That is really jacked up with a 6-inch lift on it with a 350 V8 and an automatic. Body's been completely straightened and rebuilt and prepared for paint with that beautiful burgundy finish, oak bed floor, and a matching burgundy and cream interior as well. Custom pickups.
So the consignor is calling that color burgundy?
I know, it's more of like
it's kind of it's a very cool kind of plumish purple is what it looks like under these lights here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't want to sell this truck short on its cool color.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe in some light it may resemble a burgundy color, but no, not at first blush.
I guess that's a sign of a good paint job, right? When the color changes under a certain light.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way that's burgundy. Not even close.
Yeah, they even have the interior as burgundy and cream, but there's some question about that, too. Let's see if we can sneak in, maybe.
Color blindness is real.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, even those seats, that's not a classic burgundy color either.
Well, the price tag, $13,000 on the K10. Here is a 1970 Bronco, selling at no reserve, an uncut Bronco, creeping now into the lower 30s.
Yep. Yeah, we're about halfway through the first gen of the Ford Bronco, 1970. And the rotisserie restoration, yep, you can see it everywhere on this little truck. 302 with 205 horsepower and a 3-speed manual transmission. And I would have to guess that it is column shifted.
I'm gonna agree with you.
Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah,
there it is.
Well, you know how I know that, because the Broncos that I delivered pizzas in back at the Cambridge Tower of Pizza had a 3-speed manual on the column. And one of our other drivers actually came back from a delivery and was holding the lever in his hand when he walked in.
Oh, no.
So they did get a little abuse, we'll say.
How did he get it back to the pizza shop?
Probably in first gear, very slowly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a true story.
How did the clutch wheel look?
Believe me, these Broncos, after about 6 months, you know, they were ready to go behind the barn. Just no mercy whatsoever. And, you know, that's saying a lot because these were rugged little trucks, to be honest with you.
$42,000, and that is going to get the deal done. So the paperwork is next, and somebody's found a really cool Bronco to add to their collection. Hey, welcome back to Indy and Dana Mecum's 38th original Spring Classic, and this 1967 Austin Healey 3000 Mark III, Bill Stevens.
That is the quintessential British 2-seat sports car right there. First generation for the 3000 Mark III with an inline 6-cylinder engine. These were not totally crazy, powerful, hold on to your hat kind of a sports car. Not the intention. Just a peppy, well-handling, well-balanced little 2-seater with a manual transmission and a big fun factor. And people love them. And this market, at one time, I must tell you, was really on the upswing. But now, like a lot of other of these classic British sports cars, they're kind of slipping back to where the average person just might be able to swing one.
Here it is for $30,000. This is in very much original condition and has been in long-term ownership too, almost 3 decades worth.
Has all the service records to prove how well it's been maintained. You're right.
33 to you. 33,000, yes or no? 32 bid. 3,000 to the bid. Last call on 2 here. 3,000 to the 10. Did you want to give 33?
Two-tone paint, chrome wire wheels.
34, did you want to bid at 4,000? And 34, 34,000. 35 would be better. 35,000.
33. Alex is asking for 34.
These were known as big Heelys. And then you had the little Heelys, the Austin Healey Sprites. Those little guys. This one with a back seat, which not all of them had.
Yeah, I'm trying to see that. Oh, there it is.
Yep.
You got to look really close.
Yeah, you couldn't fit in there.
No.
We couldn't fit in the front.
Maybe not. 35,000, however, is your price tag, selling at no reserve today. Here is another Trans Am, 1977 this time.
And no pretension for originality here with an LS in it. Yeah, how about that? Automatic transmission, power steering and brakes. Has the snowflake wheels, but they're 17-inch snowflake wheels. So those are aftermarket additions. And I like them. I like them. I think they have more presence than what the original wheels would look like.
A lot of modern upgrades here. The headlights are LED, the taillights are LED.
Yep. Digital gauges inside. Conservative, tasteful, and doesn't really compromise, you know, the classic look of a Trans Am.
Sure. And I believe that is not the correct year of the hood decal either. That should be facing the passenger, but that's okay too.
You were telling us in Houston there were something like 430 different versions of the chicken.
39 different versions of the, sorry, Bill, he called it a chicken. That wasn't me.
No, I'm going to let that slide.
Oh, that one did sell for $33,000. Well, as Bill said, that making no claim to being 100% stock and original on that car, and that's okay. That's no problem at all. And next up is 96 Corvette Grand Sport.
Oh, I really like these cars. I mean, my favorite car in the whole world is a 1963 Corvette Grand Sport. So
the original.
The original. So anything with Grand Sport on it, all I ask is that it has some exclusivity and some performance, and this one has that. It's a 330 horsepower LT4. Now, you could get this in any Corvette in 1996. They all had manual transmissions. That's Admiral Blue with the white stripes and the red hash marks, and most of them came with a full complement of options. Adjustable sport suspension, halogen headlamps, four-wheel disc brakes with ABS. One of 1,000 of these built in 1996.
Well, $34,000. How does that fit into the price point situation on these Grand Sports, Bill?
Probably slightly less than the open cars, but I would say market correct. Yep.
Okay. All right. Very good. Here is 1927 Model T that has been customized, modified. Little 350 small block in there.
Yep. Haven't seen many classic hot rods here today, but before this week is over, I'm sure we will see more. And it's got that ever-present small block Chevy 350 Coupe that's been bored 30 over.
Okay.
All right. So a little cleanup on the cylinders there. Automatic transmission with a low car shifter. Rear end is a Ford 8-inch unit. And that is purple. We're not going to debate whether it's burgundy or not. That's a purple car. Not expensive at all. Not a high-end build, although what was done is done well.
Reserve comes off at 16 grand, I think.
Yep. Wire wheels with center caps. Kind of a yellow accent on the running boards. And tastefully applied flames over the hood panel.
Ooh, I missed the flames. That's cool. All right, 16 is where it will end up. And now on the block, 1930 Model A this time.
Yeah, not a hot rod by any stretch. Inline 4-cylinder engine here in this one. You know, we see flatheads in these older classic hot rods. Of course, we weren't seeing, you know, flatheads throughout the entire generation of these older Fords. They came in after the 4-cylinder engine had been the mainstay of these early cars for such a long time. Yeah, and this has had some good maintenance to keep it looking and running as well as it does. 3-speed manual transmission. This one has transverse leaf spring suspension, as they did. Very primitive, very foundational. Not a lot of technical doodads going back to 1930. Of course, 1932, we saw the advent of that V8 engine. And Ford continued to build a four-cylinder engine until it became so obvious that nobody wanted it anymore, so they stopped doing it. And then the flathead, that became the way to go for just about everybody.
Oh, man, did it ever.
Oh, and the life of that engine, that lasted all the way up until the 1950s, I think. Late 40s, early 50s, then the Y-block came in.
50 at least.
Yeah.
And I think they ended up using it in other applications after 1950, if memory serves.
Could have wound up in some boats, who knows?
True.
Yeah.
Well, the high bid here, 17 grand for that 1930 Ford. All right, here's another 2003 Thunderbird, the 007 edition.
Which has nothing to do with machine guns in the headlights or an injection seat or anything like that. Not going to trail a smoke screen. But you know that Ford was trying to recapture the magic of the first generation Thunderbirds with that color, the coral.
Oh, no question.
You know, just one look and it takes you all the way back.
No doubt.
These cars have kind of checkered past again. I think a lot of people were anticipating something a little bit more in the way of style and maybe horsepower when it was announced the Thunderbird was coming back. Things started in 2002 with a 3.9 liter double overhead cam V8 like this one. They moved up to a bigger 4.6 before the whole thing came to an end in 2005. 5-speed automatic transmission. 700 of the 007 cars were produced. You get it? 700 007. And this Coral only offered on the 007 cars, by the way.
Well, 18.5 just bought it. How about that?
Yep.
And a 1963 Chevy Impala Super Sport following up that T-Bird and following it up in a big way with that legendary 409 under the hood. And there it is. It's numbers matching too, Bill.
Yeah, 409. Just the sound of that engine displacement is such a throwback to the high-performance Chevrolets of the early 1960s. Debuted in 61, went all the way through to early 65 before the 396 took over in the Chevy Impalas. This is the 340-horse 409 with a single 4-barrel. That also has the factory 4-speed. Very nice. Factory tachometer, we always mentioned. You know, this was a favorite of JK, how that factory tach was mounted right on the top of the steering column and integrated into the top of the instrument panel. This one has had Krager SS mags added to it.
I got 52 and I can net you.
If you're going to talk about period correct aftermarket
50.
wheels, you'd be talking about Krager SS's.
No. Okay.
Yeah, that 409 available with 425 horsepower during the run there with 2 4-barrel carburetors.
I'll give you 52 grand. I know it's not what you wanted, but I'm just trying. You want to do that? Appreciate it.
And the deal is done.
Yes, indeed. Frank Mecum laying it out there, and everybody seems to be okay. And $53,000 will buy that Impala.
How about that black clear coat paint?
Oh,
like glass.
Wow. Spectacular.
2,386 miles on the odometer, no reserve.
2021 Shelby GT500 now.
Boy, there was a frenzy in the Ford Mustang community to get their hands on this car, this new generation Shelby GT500 with 760 horsepower out of that engine you just saw, the 5.2-liter supercharged V8. Tremec 7-speed dual-clutch automatic with paddle shifters. others. And you can see under that gentleman's hand that it has one of those center console controls, which so many cars are going to now. These cars were so hard to get. I mean, I can remember talking to Bob Tasker III at Tasker Ford in Providence when a friend of mine wanted one. When they first came out, he said, Bill, I can't get one for myself. I mean, it was crazy.
So he thought you could help him by going straight to Bob?
If he did, he was making a big mistake.
Well, no, I'm serious. You know, hey, Bill, help out a brother, you know.
Yeah, but that's how rare they were to get your hands on. I didn't realize it until he told me. I mean, I knew it was hard to get your hands on one. And the dealer markup on some of them was just outrageous. But, no, he said he couldn't. Whoa, baby.
Yeah, look at it now, 74,000, now 75, no reserve.
That's about $50,000 less than what you were probably going to pay for one in 2021.
76,000 now. Yes or no? 76,000. Anybody want handed? You want to give 76,000? 76. 76, sir. That is the next available slot. Do you want it? 76,000. 75 is here. 76,000.
Did he ever get one? I mean, he never finished the story.
He got a nice one with the carbon fiber track pack. You know, that was the one to get.
Okay.
Finally got it.
Cool.
Yep. Happy ending.
Did he let you drive it? That's the least he could do for helping you.
This is going to sound funny. I try not to drive my friends' cars because if I do, I'll probably wind up wanting one.
Right.
And I wasn't ready to buy one of those. But I don't know. Maybe I missed the boat on that.
Oh, my gosh. All right, 76,000 buys that one. Back with our final hour today in Indy. Coming up.
Oh, the iconic circle features Center City and lets you know we're in downtown Indianapolis. Welcome back, everybody, to Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. We're at the Indiana State Fairgrounds, just down the road, and a lot more coverage coming up this week. A reminder, tomorrow, 6 more hours for you here on ESPN Plus, beginning at noon Eastern Time. Another 60 minutes left in our coverage today, so let's go around the block and kick it off with my buddy Chris Jacobs.
Oh, Danielle, you want to talk about iconic. Perhaps the most iconic of the mid-year Corvettes is the 63 split window coupe. This one powered by a 327 with that Power Glide automatic transmission backing it up. Beautifully restored in Riverside red over red. Ooh, can't wait to see this one go across the block tomorrow at no reserve.
Iconic, I'll continue with that. Chris, how about this for an iconic car from Lamborghini? It is the Countach, the 25th anniversary edition from 1990. This one, less than 900 miles on the mileometer, and you see it hasn't been drilled for a tag plate. This is as close as original you will ever get to a brand new Lamborghini Countach.
And we will see those cars coming up tomorrow as we welcome you into the booth once again. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here as we get set for our final hour today with you. And as we kind of expected, it's been kind of a potpourri of terrific cars, muscle Corvettes, oddities here and there, but a lot of fun all day long.
Yeah, from an Isetta 300 to a Roush supercharged Mustang with 700 horsepower, we've run the full gamut, I guess.
You know, we had that GT500 just a few minutes ago, right before the break, and talked about the demand for that car and how hard they were to get. Let's go back and take a look from 1968 at a GT500. Kind of the vibe that everybody's trying to get back to in 2016.
Oh, you said it. 1968 was the second year for the GT500. 428 Police Interceptor engine. This is not the KR with the Cobra Jet, but still 335 horse. And the restoration on this automobile is without peers. We're going to love seeing this thing go up for sale.
It is coming up tomorrow. It is a factory air-conditioned convertible GT500, and that is a big deal as well. So that is on the way. And again, our coverage tomorrow begins at noon Eastern time, 9 o'clock in the morning out west. Here's a good one, a 69 Cyclone with Cobra Jet power, Bill.
Yeah, the GT500 did not have the Cobra Jet, the 428. This one does. This one has the factory Ram Air with a 4-speed transmission. And the Mercury Cyclone Cobra Jet is one of those overlooked muscle cars. It was right in the thick of things back in 1969 in terms of performance, power, appearance, styling, and yet we don't see the kind of numbers in terms of the value of these cars that we might expect with a history like this. This one, again, the presentation is without flaw.
Okay, I think I was watching Jesse to see if he was going to reopen that, but I believe they went to close the bid at $40,000.
Let me just quickly mention that the glove box was signed by Barry Poole, a Canadian drag racer. Very well known, who drove Cobra Jet Mercuries like that to great success.
So next up from Chevrolet, 1940, Chevy Deluxe Custom.
Yeah,
small block crate engine. Sorry, Bill, go ahead.
No, we got a good look at it, Scott, there. The ZZ4 crate V8 with a Holly Sniper electronic fuel injection. I'll tell you, the parade of hot rods just keeps on going. Turbo 350 automatic. And you can't help but admire the construction of this Chevy. Even the lines of that car, so appealing, especially in black. And that has the American Racing Torque Thrust 2 wheels, which have been highly polished. 17s in the front and 18s in the rear. And if this automobile sells, I can absolutely ironclad guarantee you it will be nowhere near the build cost. It's got AC. You can put a power driver's seat in it. Don't see that very often.
32,000. Yeah, congratulations, Rob.
32 grand buys it.
Yeah, it looks like a couple old school hot rodders right there, right in their wheelhouse.
Absolutely right. Well, here comes a Z06, and we all know what that means in terms of the Corvette and its history. This one more recent, 2015, with 650 horsepower out of that supercharged V8.
Yeah, this is heavy artillery, people. This is a Z06 that has just been loaded all the way to the roof. 3LZ premium package. It's got the ultimate performance package. It's got forged pistons and rods. In fact, this engine has been given a few upgrades to give it even more durability and power. Custom grind cam, ARP head studs. The pulleys have been upgraded as well. Take all that power, the RPMs. Corsa Extreme exhaust, headers, with a 7-speed, manual transmission.
Love it.
Oh, me too. Oh, and 50 isn't going to do it.
No, I don't think that's. Man, you may need another. You may need another 25 grand on top of that.
Tell you what, horsepower-wise, that thing is dangerously close to a C7 ZR1. With all the work that's been done to it.
All right, 1979 F250 is on the block right now.
More hot pickup trucks. And again, we see one that's been frame-off restored. Big power. 532 cube, big block with a C6 automatic. Headers, stainless steel exhaust, rebuilt Dana 60. And it's been raised 4 inches with some new suspension pieces as well. Ooh, that is fun to look at. Love that color.
Isn't it?
You bet. Long bed truck. Chrome and stainless. Pristine. Chrome wheels. I think we'll sell this between now and 60,000.
Okay.
52 grand. Reserve off, right?
I thought you were going to say we're going to sell this between now and 6 o'clock. I hope so.
I'm gonna.
52 is the number, and there it is. Look at that. Oh, I bet you that young man's visualizing himself behind the wheel of that pickup truck someday.
He's going to apply for his driver's license tomorrow.
Right, yeah, right now. Let's go. Okay, a 2007 Charger RT Daytona. That is what we are looking at. Hemi time here, modern Hemi time.
Modern Hemi, but this isn't the real hot Hemi. This is the 5.7, not the 6.1, but it still packs power. Torque flight automatic, yeah, plumb crazy. Can't get away from that. Got some exterior entertainment in terms of aerodynamics with a splitter and a deck spoiler. Extra pieces, power sunroof, chrome wheels, dual power seats that are heated up front, and navigation. A lot of car for where we are price-wise.
He won't see that. Go 17.
Thank you, gotcha. And now 18, you're out. 17, 18, 17, 18, 18, 17, 18, last call. 17, 18,000. Sold 17,000. Lucas.
Well, how about that for 17 grand?
How about that indeed?
Pretty good.
We have seen some pretty, let's just say, below the money prices on some of these cars today. I think if anybody was coming today hoping to pick up a bargain, man, they had their choice.
Success, no doubt. All right, here is another Hemi car. This is a 1966 Charger, and of course we all know 1966, big year for the Mopar community, first year of the street Hemi availability, and there you go.
Yep, first year for this Charger. This was a body style that kind of broke all the rules. Fastbacks had already pretty much been established throughout the muscle car world, and this was kind of a different approach from the folks at Dodge, and it worked. People really got into these. 425 horsepower, 2 4-barrel carburetors on hemispherical combustion on that V8.
Well, the high bid, $50,000 for that Charger. One look outside of the staging lane, and we'll be back with more of these cars in a moment. Hey, that's an overhead look at some of the cars in storage here at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. Upper left-hand corner, that's where we are, the Coliseum. And that's where all the auction activity is happening. And right now, the center of attention is a 73 Mustang Convertible. And they have done well in the wheel and tire department here, giving this 73 Mustang a little bit of a kind of a racy look, Bill. Chris, you can pick it up from here. Bill is in heavy discussion with the truck about something, apparently.
Yeah, they look like American Racing, but they are not. They are Eagles. I've never heard of that brand of wheel, but definitely a nod to the American Racing torque thrust.
Well, if I'm American Racing, I think I'm going to file a suit because those are dead ringers.
Exactly.
My. Yeah, not a big powerhouse here, 302. It's a 2-barrel engine with 140 horse. Looks more potent than that, but you know what? If it looks like this, doesn't get into any trouble on the street, who's to know?
Right, and as you were in the discussion with the truck when I was saying that the wheel and tire package does a lot to boost that image.
Oh, definitely.
No matter what's under the hood.
Yep. There's a lot of factory correct parts on this Mustang as well. It's been well maintained and certainly has a rather impressive list of options. It's not a stripper by any stretch.
All right, we are a little far. It's getting late. My eyes are a little weak. What do you got? 16? Okay. 18. Last call. 17.
Frank's going to give me it all.
Oh.
Huh? Huh?
You said sell it.
I did?
You did.
Does the camera lie? Sold!
Reserves off. 16, 17.
Okay, the reserve is off.
17. Sold up high. 16,000. Uncle Mike sold.
Wow, well bought.
287 and 1987.
Even the color, everything works on that Mustang. Very nice.
And it's going home. Somebody's collection for $16,000. Hey, you know what? We are super stoked to be partnering once again this year with National Parts Depot. They've been around for nearly 50 years. This is the 38th Dana Mecum Original Spring Classic.
Yeah.
And they are NPD, the largest restoration parts supplier in the industry. And Bill, how about a little compare and contrast?
Oh.
Synergy time, if you will, with our NPD preview today.
Another 1973 Mustang convertible. Remember, this is the last year of that generation. Everything changed in 74. This one, the same power plant as the Mustang we just saw, the 302 with a 2-barrel at 140 horse. But that is the color that we always take notice of. That is coral, Calypso coral. One of only 277 73 Mustangs that were painted in that color. 3-speed manual on the floor. Wow. Power steering and brakes. And look at the interior with the houndstooth inserts. And the condition and presentation, par excellent. And Magnum 500 wheels. Raised white leather, performance radials, completes the package. All right, who is restoring their Mustang of any generation? Then let NPD do you a solid. Get one of their catalogs and get what you need to come out with a car that looks like this.
Yes, indeed. You can visit npdlink.com or nationalpartsdepot.com. Either way, they will get you all square on what you need. Look at this Mercury here as we come back to the block in the Coliseum. A 1947 Mercury 8 Custom Coupe.
Yeah, it's a Porky fat fendered Ford from 1947. Recently completed. 102 miles since restoration. Want to know about the engine? I can tell you, 302, fuel injected. Automatic transmission, that's an all-steel body. I believe there's some companies out there that'll get you fiberglass pieces for this generation.
Give me 29
of
and
those
see
old
what happens.
40s Mercs and Fords.
Gotta go 29.
The color's brandy wine metallic,
29.
gray leather interior, vintage air, custom hand-fabricated little console inside, which I got a quick peek at before. This car's not going to be a lot of money.
I got 29.
27.
Really?
I have to.
Reserves on. 30, hold on. At 20.
A lot of smiles over there with the consignor. And they're going to be happy with it at 29 grand. Buyer and seller. Thumbs up all the way around.
As someone once said, the best business deal is one in which both sides are happy. We just saw that.
We're going to check out a 1949 Pontiac Chieftain now.
Yeah, 1949, that was a big year for General Motors when they came along with those high compression V8 engines, but Pontiac Chieftain, this convertible, didn't get one. It's an inline 8-cylinder engine that Pontiac was running at the time, and eventually they got into those V8s. Automatic transmission, all original, all straight. No hanky-panky with this car. It's been repainted, obviously. Got the tidy-whitey white walls and full wheel covers. And not too long after this, when Bunky Knudsen took over Pontiac, first thing that he did is he got rid of those chrome moldings on the hood and the trunk. He said he did not want people to equate what he was about to do with Pontiac with what had already been done. So they are a trademark for these earlier Pontiacs, but they were soon, well, they went the way of all flesh.
Well, and this 49 Chieftain is going to go the way of a new owner at $17,000.
Good parade car.
Yeah.
Memorial Day parade, huh? Put some little American flags on the fenders and wave to everybody going down Main Street.
There you go.
Yeah.
2022 Mustang GT will follow that up. This has got plenty of power for you, I think.
Power Abundanza. This has another one of those Roush superchargers with 750 horsepower on that Stage 2 V8 engine. That's a 5-liter. It's amazing what kind of power they can get out of those engines. Yow. 6-speed manual. That color's rapid red metallic cloth interior. Not a car that's heavily optioned, but I'll tell you what, the money was spent on that powertrain. And that's what the original owner of this car was after, and man, did he ever get it.
Well, it's going to take more than 35 to buy the car. And so we'll, instead of the GT, we'll check out the SVT Cobra from 2003 now. This yellow Mustang is selling at no reserve.
Well, if I can use the expression, you can buy these on the cheap. Let me tell you something. And these cars, back in the day, they were some pretty formidable street fighters here. This is the SVT Cobra. A guy by the name of John Coletti was one of the fellas at Ford who was responsible for putting a whole lot of attitude in the Ford Mustang, and this was one of them. 490 of them were painted in this zinc yellow with a dark charcoal interior back in 2003. It's a supercharged 4.6-liter Terminator V8 engine with a 6-speed manual, and it's selling at no reserve. This was a time.
Sorry, I was just going to say this product definitely lived up to the SVT name, that Special Vehicles team. This one is definitely special.
Yeah, John Coletti would have it no other way. He was not into decal modifications at all. They had to have the hardware to back it up.
Well, 32,000, no reserve. And as I mentioned, 150 cars today in that no reserve category. This is headed to a new collection. We head to break. More still to come. Hey, we are back. A little bit more than 30 minutes left in our program today here on ESPN Plus. Glad you're with us on our opening day of coverage. And let's bring you back in here to the State Fairgrounds Coliseum. Hey, Bill.
Yo.
Guess what's on the block, brother? Z06.
Yeah, 2009 Z06. We saw one earlier today. This was the big dog. Of course, it shared the spotlight with the ZR1, as we mentioned earlier. They were kind of stablemates, and that ZR1 had 638 horsepower, so it kind of took the power crown away from the Z06. But having said that, there is nothing on a Z06 that has to take a back seat to any other car in terms of performance. These were fast. They could handle 505 horsepower LS7, 6-speed manual transmission. Boy, a lot of these wound up at the racetrack within hours after leaving the showroom.
Oh, very nice. 42.5, I think, was the number on that Z06. Something to that effect. Here is an 81 Corvette selling at no reserve.
Well, it pains me to say this, but you were right. The 82 Corvette also had one engine.
Oh, one engine and one engine only.
Available,
okay.
Yes. Yep. No performance extras available. Notice how difficult it was for me to
that
say
was
that.
Very difficult.
You saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was almost like you were in confession or something.
Yeah. Okay. You saw the 4-speed in this. That's rare.
Yes.
The 82, I could tell you almost completely sure they did not have a 4-speed in 82 the last year for the C3.
You want me to check?
Oh, please don't. But anyway, yes, 81s and 82s had the one engine choice for customers.
Hey, let's check in with Steve Matchett again for a look-see at, whoa, man. I know where you're going here, brother.
I got to tell you guys, occasionally we encounter a piece of automotive engineering, which is more artwork than functional. And this has to be one of those examples. I'm absolutely blown away with the quality of the work on this car. You're looking at a 2020 McLaren Sabre, but if you look at just the most exquisite engineering, art-inspired details from the aerodynamicists and the carbon work, particularly the composite experts at McLaren, what they've done here is beyond special. Only 15 of these cars were made, and all of them found their way over the Atlantic to the United States. But let me just highlight one piece here that really just exemplifies what I'm talking about. In cabinet making, we talk about book matching the grain of pieces of wood to give that symmetrical look side to side. And you can see that the composite experts of McLaren have gone out of their way to do exactly the same on the front element of the spoiler and carried up through the paintwork up to the top here also. To do that is incredibly specific and time consuming. And McLaren don't really need to do it in terms of strength. They do it because it proves to the world that it can be done. It's like a Fabergé egg. We can do the work, and we want to show the world that we can do the work. Of the 15 examples made, only 15 examples made, all in the States. This is lucky number 7, as the decal on the side suggests. Absolutely stunning.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, it is. Steve, thank you for that. 2020 Sabre. That's part of the Dave Frecka collection. And you might have noticed the Triple F collection on the rear wing. That is, there you go, the logo. That is Dave and his sons and his wife. They're based out of Columbus, Ohio, the area, and they have such a terrific presence. And we are fortunate that Dave has brought one of the McLaren Ultimate Series, several of them actually, to be a part of this auction on Friday, I believe. Yeah, Friday.
Top speed, 218 miles an hour.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. Cannot wait. Here is another Austin Healey, guys. 67 3000, the BJ8 Roadster here.
Yeah, you know, we had a 3000 a little earlier, the Mark III. This is the BJ8. This is a bigger Big Healey with that big back, well, not big, but it does have a back seat in it. And this one has been owned by the same gentleman since 1999. 2.9 liter inline 6, 4-speed, red and cream, as you can see. And new battery, new fuel pump. It's been taken care of. It's been maintained. And you can see it right there in its appearance.
And a high bid of, well, actually the winning bid of $30,000 was selling at no reserve. Next up, 1955 replica of a little Porsche Speedster here, guys. Total custom, though.
1955. Magic year for Porsche with the Speedster. And they had the split grill 356. And, you know, eventually the 911 would come in, and suddenly people would gravitate back to these because they're so pure. This one, a pretty faithful replica of a Speedster. And, of course, it's trading at about 1/100th of what a real one would trade for. But anyway, 1.8 liter, 130 horsepower flat 4 with a 4-speed, fiberglass body. This thing only weighs about 1,698 pounds. Power to weight ratio is insane. And yeah, this is the next best thing to people who can't afford a real one, is to get a well-done replica.
Total custom-built body.
Yep.
So does the
paint,
consignment
everything.
sheet say it's based on anything? Is it Volkswagen base, or it's just completely fabricated ground up?
It's based on a GT500.
Okay.
Oh, no, I got the wrong sheet.
Put into the shrinking machine.
Yeah, no, it does not mention anything like that. Look at the fender flares on that, though. Those are serious.
No.
Even
It's
has
got
a side
got a little
strakes.
flat bow vibe there
Yeah.
with those gills on front of the rear wheel.
You want 17?
And then a little homage to the 356 with that rear grill over the engine cover.
Yep.
Yeah, if you can find one of those with a split grill in the back, you know how much
Early ones,
they
yeah,
are worth
absolutely.
big.
Yes, sir. The A's.
$16,000 buys the replica at no reserve. Well, here is your bright red 1955 Thunderbird.
Yeah, it's a mild custom. That's a 302 right there. Has a 3-speed automatic transmission. 56, as we've mentioned any number of times on the shows here, that 56 was the only year the Thunderbird had that factory Continental kit spare tire in the back. They tried that. That was totally unpopular. People complained. It was a pain in the neck if you had a flat to get it out of there, and if you were trying to put your groceries in the trunk, you had to fight your way over the tire there. So one and done.
Well, that 55 Bird sells for $16,000 as well. Here's a K10 Chevy pickup truck from 1984. K10 four-wheel drive.
Yep, riding high.
4-speed.
Yeah.
Right on.
Riding high, a rough country lift kit, 4 inches worth. 4-speed manual transmission. And a very meticulous presentation here. And not a speck of dust on this pickup truck. Chrome wheels. That K designation tells you it's a 4-wheel drive truck.
W301 and 99 Ford.
And somebody just gave 30 grand for that 4-wheel drive.
Didn't take long at all. Let's pick up a clock.
It is pick up a clock. 99 Ranger next with some custom graphics. They've done a number on the wheels and tires. Looks like it's been lowered too here.
Oh,
Bill.
definitely
Quite
been
a
lowered.
bit.
Yeah, this is an unusual subject for a custom job, 1999 Ford Ranger. Again, this is not going to trade for big money, selling at no reserve. V6 engine with an automatic transmission, and such additions as air conditioning, stereo audio system with extra speakers, and air ride suspension. There you go, Scott. So that's one of those select the ride height you want. Look at the beautifully painted bed.
Wowzers,
there. Yeah.
Look at that.
And it looks like the Holland Tunnel covering all that air ride hardware underneath.
Those are Boyd Coddington wheels,
Yes,
too.
they are.
You talk about a wheel set that you don't normally see on a Ranger from this vintage. Like you said, it's kind of an odd subject for a custom.
Right.
But somebody had a thought and a strategy.
Interesting that those rear wheel wells are tubbed, but they haven't really taken advantage of all the space available because those are not jumbo tires there mounted on the back.
All right, from that one, from the Ranger, we move to a 1940 Chevy 3100.
Yeah, and it's all original. Everything from the 235 cubic inch inline 6. I always call that a Corvette engine. 355 ratio in the rear end. Not posi traction. They have added an aftermarket radio, so they have deviated a little bit from original. That front disc brakes, and they've replaced a lot of stuff underneath. But otherwise, appearance-wise, and for, I would say, 85% of this truck, that's original 1940 Chevy 3100. Has the over-the-windshield sun visor, kind of a popular thing you saw back in the day.
Great color combination.
Great.
Dark green, black fenders, and running boards, and that kind of a neon green pinstripe right down the belt line.
Yep.
23, 24, 23,000. You're going to get 24,000. You're going to get 3, 4. Sold.
Oh, as soon as I tried to get it, he sold it. I'm sorry.
$23,000. Sorry, Z-Man. That's Zach over there, and that happens occasionally.
Yep. You get a you get a hole shot. Somebody beats you off the starting line, and
yes,
it's too late.
Well said.
Welcome back to Mecum Indy. What you may not know about our show is there's not only great cars, but there's also great food. I'm in the youth pavilion, and it's about dinner time on the East Coast. You see Chef Carey over here. He's got some good Philly cheesesteaks, Italian, and sweet sausage on the grill. I think I'm gonna walk on over there in a few minutes and get myself a nice plate. But first, I gotta walk you guys down memory lane. It's one of my favorite segments of the show where I share some of your photos you've submitted to our Mecum Facebook page of your favorite cars from years gone by. Let's take a look at our first submission. It comes in from Bill Hess. He said this is taken in April 1975, leaving for our honeymoon right after our wedding. This is our 73 Plymouth Roadrunner. We're heading to Niagara Falls, the honeymoon capital of the world. Bill and his beautiful bride there. I love the leisure suit. I love the Roadrunner. Great photo, guys. I love this. Thank you, Bill. Sean Verneris is our next memory lane photo. He says, this is my 67 Plymouth Valiant. The picture was taken in 1992. I was just 20 years old. I had won my first award with this car. Then on the drive home from the show, the water pump went out, and I had to limp it the last 40 miles home. Here he is, stuck on the side of the road. Scott, Bill, head under the hood. Never a good feeling. I'm sure this has never happened to you guys, right?
Oh, my
never.
Yeah. Nice of the person taking the picture to help him out.
Right. Did you own this car before, Sean, by chance? Kidding.
Yeah, I don't blame you for asking me.
No. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you, Danielle. Always good to go back in time, memory lane. Keep the photos and the stories coming, everybody. We love to share the memories. Here is a Challenger SRT8 from 2008. Bill Stevens.
Yes, sir. You know what? This is the beginning of that major warning shot that Chrysler fired back in the early 2000s, and things, oh boy, they just got wilder and wilder as time went on. This is the 425 horse, 6.1 liter Hemi, 5-speed automatic transmission, the SRT8, and 425 horsepower. I'll tell you, right now, that wouldn't get you the price of admission with those last call cars that we just saw the last one of.
You know, I was just going to say, it was 10 years after this car debuted that we saw the Demon.
Demon, yeah. And that was a fast car at the time, though, I got to tell you. As I mentioned before, I had a Grand Cherokee SRT8, and that was a mover.
Okay, 1950 Ford Crestliner.
Well,
Flathead V8, go ahead.
Yeah, we're talking about the flathead, you're right. The 221 cubic inch flathead is what Ford got started with back in 1932, but now we're up to 239 cubic inches on the flathead. And following World War II, remember now, no new cars during World War II. Then in 1945, the war ended, 46, 47, 48. And Detroit was just getting back up to speed. The Fords really did not change that much from 46 to 47 to 48, but then in 49 and 50 this year, a whole new playbook with the styling and some of the other extras that came with these cars. So this does have that 239 cube flathead with a 3-speed manual transmission. Overdrive was becoming available now from Detroit. And those cars, landmark cars for Ford.
Well, we move on now to a 58 Ford Fairlane Skyliner. This is that legendary retractable hardtop convertible, if you will.
Yeah, we called it the hardtop convertible. And we've seen the market on these things really kind of escalate here in the last few years. Is they're finding a new audience, sometimes with younger people. Now, we're not seeing that roof retract, but you know, that's kind of a circus act all on its own. As the trunk lid opens up, it's hinged at the rear. The top folds and goes down, and then that trunk lid just comes back down over it. Takes probably, I think, close to a minute for that to happen, but it's sold.
It's a process.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. It's sold for $24,000. Here's a 2002 Camaro Super Sport convertible.
Yeah, the 2002 Camaro was, again, the swan song for one of America's most popular automobiles. We did see it come back some 7 years later, but still hard to believe that Chevy, decided to pull the plug on this car. And now the rumor that the Camaro may be coming back, just been a rumor so far.
Well, $18,000, and if you want to get a Camaro that is significant, these are okay. These are good to drop into that category because it's the end of that generation once again.
Yep.
But this one's still for sale. Bid goes on here in Indy.
At heart, John was just a true Southern California rock star. He loved rock and roll music, fast cars, and of course, motorcycles.
The motorcycles especially, I find impressive because we have the Mecum motorcycle auction and he sits there and can go through all of these different makes of motorcycles and give you the stats and the background and the history.
We were in Las Vegas in January of 2024, and he told me that he had his eye on this 03 100th anniversary Harley-Davidson FLH, and he was going to go for it. And I was videotaping him at the time, and he was just over the moon with it.
So proud of that motorcycle, and had a professional detailer go all over that motorcycle after he bought it to bring it back to better than showroom condition.
Well, again, the JK collection is coming up tomorrow here at Dana Mecum's 38th Original Spring Classic. John loved the Japanese motorcycles, several of them in his collection, but it's that Harley right there, that 2003 100th Anniversary Edition Harley-Davidson that really got him going, got his juices flowing, and it was the first Harley-Davidson he ever owned, Bill.
And it breaks my heart to think he wasn't alive long enough to really enjoy it.
Yep. Well, we'll see those motorcycles and the cars coming up tomorrow. We want to bring you up to date now on today's State Farm Moment of the Day. We've had plenty of them, and State Farm, as you know, offers surprisingly great rates that fit any budget. Our State Farm Moment of the Day happened a little while ago with a State Farm Red 1979 Ford F-250 pickup truck. And listen to this, a brand new, big time, big block, 532 cubic inch Ford V8, C6 automatic transmission, rebuilt front Dana 60, rear Dana 60. And it sold for $52,000. And I think that young man is just a little bit excited about the buy of the day as far as he is concerned. And that is our State Farm Moment of the Day today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And we are back live now in the State Fairgrounds Coliseum here in Indianapolis with a 1968 Cadillac DeVille convertible selling at no reserve. What a beauty.
Yeah. A little bit of story behind this car, known as Big Red.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's been used for tailgating at Indiana University football games and at the homecoming parade. And folks have used it to drive through the southern Indiana fall foliage. So this isn't a car that sits around very much. Big 472 cubic inch V8, and it's been upgraded with Holley fuel injection as well. But it's a car that a lot of people are having some fun with.
Absolutely right. Tell you what, that fall foliage gathering in southern Indiana is something to behold. The colors unreal.
Remember, I'm from New England. And that's one of those things. We get thousands of people every year coming out to see it.
Yes, sir. Here's a silver anniversary Corvette, 1978, Bill, at no reserve.
Yeah, the 1978 Chevrolet Corvette Silver Anniversary Coupe. Remember now, that was the 25th anniversary. Besides this being a unique color scheme on this car, this was a car that celebrated the 25th anniversary. of the Corvette. This is an NCRS Regional Top Flight car from 2023, and I would have to say, yeah, that was an excellent price for whoever picked it up. It's got the optional L82, 220 horse, 350 cube engine, and a 4-speed. Wow, that is the one to have.
2004 next, Corvette Coupe. Bidding to start in the mid-20s.
Yeah, we're rolling through the C5 generation here with a 5.7 V8 and a 6-speed manual transmission. This one has the performance handling package. Some other options too. Power brakes, the 4-wheel disc brakes, black leather interior, upgraded sound system, and the sport magnesium wheels.
It's a good look. A little darker than JK's 2010 silver Corvette.
Yeah.
But it's still cool, and $24,000, not going to be strong enough.
No, C5-2 was just a whole revelation beyond the C4. Not many things were carried over to this car. It was an important car for Corvette.
Very true. Hey, we've just got a couple of minutes with you for today, but a lot of good stuff coming up tomorrow. Checking in with Chris Jacobs right now over the 303 staging lane for a look at one of those cars that we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, Scott, let's end the day's previews with an iconic Mopar. This is going across the block on Thursday. You probably already know, if you're a Mopar fan, that this is an A12 Roadrunner version. What are some of the aspects of the A12 package? Well, the liftoff fiberglass hood, the 440 with the 6-barrel setup under the hood, 727 torque flight, automatic transmission. Now, this is a date code correct 440, so most likely not the original block that came in the car, but it is equipped with that date code correct 440. Rear bucket seats with the center console, the shifter in the console option. It's got the tack mounted onto the steering column, done beautifully in Bahama yellow. Obviously, the hubcap delete is also part of the A12 package heavy-duty suspension as well. Beautiful car, and it will be crossing the block tomorrow, so Mopar fans, look out for this one. Scott?
Cool. And we'll have coverage at noon, as we said, noon until 6 o'clock Eastern tomorrow here on ESPN+. 1959 Ford F100 pickup truck in white and kitchen appliance green.
Yeah, exactly. And an interesting choice of power here, a 4.3-liter Chevrolet V6 with a 4-speed automatic.
Wow, that is interesting.
Yeah, I don't see that very much. It's got a Chevy S10 chassis. You know, we see this happen every now and then. Someone will take a platform from something else, and somehow, some way, they get the body to fit on it. And you can see right there the disparity in the wheelbase on that truck is the wheel placement. In the front, those wheels are a little bit toward the back of the wheel well, and the wheels in the back are a little toward the front of the wheel well. So it wasn't a complete match, but it's clever, and it's cleanly done, and it's getting some pretty respectable money.
That's kind of towing the line with an altered wheelbase race car.
It's a funny truck.
Those are weird the first time you see them.
Yeah.
You know, but
yeah.
That's cool. All right, $35,000 way upstairs here at the Coliseum in Indy. So that's going to go to a new garage. 87 Jeep Wrangler. That is on the block right now. And I see a fuel-injected decal on this one. Bill?
Yeah, how about another unusual powertrain choice? It's a fuel-injected 350 crate motor with a 700 R4 automatic transmission.
Okay.
Yep, got posi, limited slip differential, Curry 9-inch rear.
Do you see the gigantic Chevy logo in the back window of this Jeep?
Oh, that's people doing a double take.
That is hilarious.
Yeah. All right, well, just advertising the power plant.
All right, $13,000 buys that Jeep. And I think we have time for one more. How about this? Custom wagon, 1970 Corvette.
Yeah, that was a kit, an aftermarket kit from a company called Eckler, and they made a lot of way out kind of body modifications for C3 Corvettes, particularly like this one. And I would have to say this was a build that happened a while back. I don't think this is a recent build based on that, body modification and those side exhausts. And the paint job, flame paint jobs.
Wow.
Yeah, that used to be fairly popular, but not so much now.
All right, the high bid on this custom Corvette wagon, $20,000, and that will be our final car of the day today here in Indy. It's been a lot of fun to be with you on the first of 4 consecutive days of coverage, and we'll do it again tomorrow. In fact, our Thursday coverage live from here in Indy kicks off tomorrow at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. West, right here on ESPN Plus. Hey, I want to say a big thanks again to Joey Logano for stopping by the booth a little bit earlier. Had a lot of fun with him. Good luck in the race in North Wilkesboro this weekend. And for our entire crew, I'm Scott Hoke saying thanks for watching today. We'll see you back here tomorrow at Indy.
You're